Our political climate is somewhat reflective of new shit. And what I mean by new shit is we're not talking about what we traditionally deal with. Moderate Democrats, moderate Republicans. It appears that the days of George W., Mitt Romney, John McCain, Bill Clinton, those days are over with. It appears that those days are over with, and we're starting to get radicals on both sides of the aisle. But I want to ask you folks, certainly today, which side of the aisle seems to be more radical? We're only, because listen, you're hearing a lot with Mom Donnie. You're certainly hearing a lot when it comes to the DSA, and we'll cover that momentarily. So you are hearing a lot of folks promoting fairly what you might refer to as fairly radical agendas. But is it only happening on one side, or is it happening on both sides? Is which party is starting to appear too extreme? Because some folks are saying things are getting too extreme. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about before we continue on. Many of you have heard this already, but we'll play it again. We talked about this a couple of days ago.
Platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
of your platform, and I want to ask you.
Obviously, these are some radical positions. These are obviously some very radical positions. But I'm asking, even after playing a clip like that, which side is more radical? I mean, it's as far to the left as that stuff sounds, we're dealing with the potential of nationalizing elections and putting the Republicans in control. We're talking about military in U.S. cities, using the Department of Justice and the government to go at their adversaries. Perhaps, having a commander-in-chief literally name everything they want after themselves all over the country. Right now there's an argument of whether Trump intends to repay the folks that were held accountable for rioting on January 6th with our taxpayer money. We're talking about folks potentially suggesting that they would pursue a third term in office, denying election results, suing your own government for cash, banning opposition media outlets. So I'm asking a simple question. Which side is more radical? Which side appears to be more radical? Because there are radical positions coming from both the left and the right. I see in the comments, MXX says, I would rather be a pig farmer than a racist ass Republican. Damn. MXX, yikes. So we're going to be talking about certainly which side is more radical. But of course, we always come with more than one topic. But I really want to hear your opinion on, in terms of the radical nature of the parties, because you're hearing the right talk about how far left the Democrats are gone, and folks are suggesting that I'm not voting Democrat if they keep acting as crazy as they are. But as I'm pointing out to you, it's not like you're going to, reject the Democrats and somehow, some way escape crazy. That does seem to exist independent of the Democrat Party. But here is news coming out of the Trump camp just this morning.
Breaking news from President Trump on the Iran war. Let's get straight to it. I'll read it verbatim. The USA is locked and loaded and ready to go against the Islamic Republic of Iran at levels of military terror, strength, and power not seen since World War II. Despite this, we have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off any attack in that perimeters of a deal has been agreed to. This would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Hormuz Strait and an end to Iran's nuclear threat. Based on this request, I have agreed, for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful and prosperous Iran, to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly make a deal. The country of Israel joins me in this commitment. Get to work, everybody, and get it done. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Trump says on social media. So he starts by saying that the U.S. is locked and loaded, and surely there have been reports to suggest that there could be some sort of larger scale attack that the U.S. was.
I'm going to ask you folks, do you take these threats seriously? I mean, Trump makes so many threats and then calls them off. And I mean, do you take his threats seriously anymore? Do you think the nation of Iran takes his threats seriously? Now he's claiming that he had threatened to, we know he did. We know he had threatened to seriously escalate the bombing of Iran, but he's saying, I have agreed for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful and prosperous Iran. Now, look, I don't think there's anybody that believes that Trump is concerned with a successful and prosperous Iran. So that part, it was not even worth the characters typed in, but he says, I have agreed for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful and prosperous Iran to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly make a deal. Is there anyone that believes that Trump is going to be able to, or Iran is going to rapidly make a deal with President Trump? Or is this just simply another break in the fighting, and this is going to, a week or two from now, Trump's going to be threatening him again and the same shit, different day? But a successful and prosperous Iran, I don't think there's anybody that believes that is something President Trump is seeking. This last one, I got quite a bit of shit to go along with it in terms of names. Names that'll be familiar to you, but I'm going to play this quick clip because this is in the news, and I'll just tell you, it's starring former Fox News personality Judge Jeanine Pirro. So you already know what this is about, but I want to give you all the names to put this in context.
In a stunning reversal, federal prosecutors dropping their felony case against former Olympic canoeist David Hearn, who had been charged with damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. The government conceding new evidence only recently provided by the Department of Interior shows, quote, the damage was the result of a botched installation and not vandalism. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro personally announced the grand jury indictment against Hearn.
The National Park Service employees observed Hearn actually forcefully and violently pulling up and removing the bottom liner with both hands.
Hearn forcefully denied those claims.
I didn't think I'd done anything wrong, so I had no reason to think I was going to be arrested.
President Trump had made the pool's more than $14 million refurbishment and repainting a major federal priority ahead of celebrations for America's 250th anniversary,
tap the screen, get the
repeatedly
lights up.
blaming the pool's subsequent problems on vandals without evidence.
The beautiful reflecting pond where we did some job, somebody comes along and starts cutting it with a knife.
Tonight, the pool is empty and still being refurbished. Hearn's attorney telling NBC News the federal government owes his client an apology.
They don't just owe him an apology. They probably going to owe him some money. I'll tell you, is when you go after these people like this and nothing comes out of it, it's going to ultimately lead to us having to pay via tax money in regards to settlements to some of these folks, because you're damaging reputations. Isn't this what Trump went after media outlets and things like that for? Saying things that was wrong about him. Didn't he win a lawsuit with Disney for something like that, where he's suggesting that they made up stories about him or something that he didn't do, and he was able to win millions? Well, he's doing that to other people. He's doing the same thing. Now, first of all, if the reflective pool was vandalized, that should be between the suspects and the prosecutors that are charging him. President Trump should not be weighing in on this shit. Because at the end of the day, you could taint a jury or whatever the case may be if it goes to trial. The president shouldn't be weighing in on this stuff at all. He shouldn't even be saying anything. But he's gotten involved in that case. And when I say I want to give you a few other names, I want to give you these names because you're obviously going to remember these, but I'll give them to you in context. And this also follows up with me suggesting that just like Trump sued entities that he believed was defaming him and saying things that were wrong about him, he's leaving the door wide open to these folks suing our government under the same conditions. Starting out with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Now, whether we're talking about the Somali fraud that Trump is blaming Governor Tim Walz for, and I'm not defending Tim Walz on that at all. If it's happening in his government and he didn't catch it, he should have some culpability. But there is another thing going on right now, which is water treatment facilities are being hacked into. And they're being hacked into in a way where the treatment facility does not determine anymore, due to the hacking, whether or not the water is safe to send out to the public to drink. And this is not only, now originally the first state this happened in, and it became news, was in the state of Minnesota, where Tim Walz is still the governor. Now Tim Walz is not running for re-election, so after his term he's gone, but he is still the governor and he was an adversary of President Trump in the last election, so Trump has no love for him. The minute this came out that their water treatment facilities were hacked, Trump blamed Governor Tim Walz for it. Somehow, some way suggested that Tim Walz was responsible. Since he blamed Tim Walz, this has now went on to happen in several other American cities. And the intelligence agencies are starting to suggest that it looks like Iran is doing this. Remember, Trump has been threatening to bomb Iran water facilities. So, hey, what goes around comes around. But Tim Walz had nothing to do with this. And yet Trump ran out and blamed him for it. Now, you guys are all aware of the clip I just played, Judge Jeanine Pirro, the Olympian charged with damaging the reflective pool. Once again, Trump publicly blaming that guy. We know Trump is blaming James Comey, this 8647 rocks or seashells laying out. He's suggesting that Comey wants to assassinate him. You guys may remember from years past, also involving former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. Once again, Trump getting involved in that, suggesting that they were trying to steal the 2020 election. He's also made accusations against Jack Smith, former prosecutor. E. Jean Carroll still taking him. That's what the E. Jean Carroll lawsuits are for. E. Jean Carroll's actually doing that. She's actually winning because of Trump saying bad things about her, ruining her reputation. So those two lawsuits that E. Jean Carroll filed and won is because of this stuff. Kilmar Obrego Garcia, yet another individual that the Trump administration is defaming and making up all kinds of stories suggesting that he was involved in human trafficking and calling him a wife beater when all they really wanted to do was deport the guy. And last but not least, Letitia James is in this as well. So the point I'm asking is, does this hurt Trump's credibility? Since Trump became president, now the feds have had a very successful prosecution rate. You get charged with a crime by the feds, they have like a 90-some-odd% conviction rate. Since Trump came on the scene, it's dropped dramatically because they're going after so many people that is solely based on Trump's wishes or revenge, and cases are being thrown out. All of these things I just mentioned to you, just about all of these folks were at risk or have been officially indicted by the federal government. None of this stuff resulted in anything. All of those names I just gave, none of that stuff did. And this is happening with ICE all over the country as well. They're grabbing up people and suggesting that they were resisting arrest or, heeding an investigation or prohibiting them from doing their duties. And all of this stuff is getting thrown out as well. Our federal government is going after innocent people, apparently. But that's the question I want to ask you on the third topic. Do you believe our president, our commander-in-chief, would intentionally jail an innocent person. It's one thing if you think somebody did something. It's another if you know it and you still continue pursuing. Do you think President Trump is capable of intentionally jailing an innocent person? Because I just gave you a host of names of people that the government and the court systems are deeming innocent. And of course, Trump is saying just the opposite. So we're going to get into the show. I see a lot of you folks say, well, not a lot, but I see Dale usually says no. Okay, fair enough. Some folks are saying yes. We'll talk about it. But Dale, do not spam. We don't block, ban, or censor, but spamming is one way we do take folks down. In the comments, no, that's what the Constitution is for. Leroy Mather. What are you saying, Leroy? The Constitution jails innocent people? Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller. Going straight to the comments, CBOG Kush says Iran does not want a deal. They want to expose Trump. You don't offer a country $300 billion and they just turn it down. Excellent point. They know this administration is struggling to get out of this war, and Iran is keeping them in it for as long as possible until the lies are exposed. Wow. I'll say this. I don't know if I agree with all of that, but I do agree with most of it. I don't know if the Iran government's goal is to keep Trump in the war until the lies are exposed. But I do believe, certainly your first point, there's no way Trump would offer them $300 billion in cash, basically a deal that was better than Obama's, some would say, and they turned it down. So I absolutely do not believe they would turn down a deal if they were seeking a ceasefire or a new deal with Trump. He gave them a pretty fucking good deal. So they clearly don't want a deal. But I don't totally agree that they're in it to expose the lies and things like that. I don't think outside of MAGA and conservatives in America, I don't think the rest of the world believes what Trump is saying anyway. So I don't think there's much to expose. I mean, our NATO member allies, you don't hear many of them outside of Israel saying that, yes, we needed to attack Iran. They were about to get a bomb. No, most of our NATO member allies already don't believe Trump because he said things that were inaccurate about them too. So I think what Iran is doing, and I've mentioned this in previous lives, is that Iran knows about our midterms. They know at least half of the country does not agree with this war. And if the Democrats win in the midterms, they're going to probably try to put Trump's hands behind his back as much as possible to limit or end the war outright. And they're going to start intentionally going after Trump and holding him accountable for things that the Democrat Party think is wrong. So it is by far in the best interest of Iran to keep the war going till the midterms and hope that Trump and the Republicans lose handedly in the midterms. And then the Democrats take control and start going after Trump and those Republicans. The Democrats is probably the best ally the Iranians could ever have. By proxy, of course. The Democrats don't like Iran, but they don't like Trump. So it's kind of one of those, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So the Democrats do not like Trump. Trump does not like the Democrats. If Trump hasn't, obviously Trump hasn't bombed the Democrats, but he's done quite a bit of damage to the Democrat Party. He's done quite a bit of things to Democrat cities and stuff like that. So the Democrats have it in for him, and Iran knows it. Looking in the comments here, Trump couldn't keep Israel in line. That's why Iran doesn't trust him to hold up his end of the bargain. That's another good point as well. After seeing what Trump did to the JCPOA, why would you enter into a deal with that guy? I mean, why would you enter into a deal with him? I mean, if they got any access to our media, and tap the screen, I'll take the first caller on TikTok at 10,000. If they got any access to our media, which I'm sure they do, they know currently in this country right now, Trump is making deals in this country that he's not following up on, such as this slush fund that he wants to pay the January 6th rioters that were convicted and pardoned. Now, he's making it sound like that's not going to happen in half the country, and actually more than half the country probably believes that Trump fully intends to still do that. So your own people don't all trust you. So yeah, I don't see why anybody would expect the Iranians to trust him when he's on television here every day. Every news program is showing Americans in this country that believes Trump is not trustworthy. So go figure. Israel is forcing us into this war just like with Iraq. Israel's not forcing us into anything. Israel is, it's kind of like kind of like you get with a woman and she wants you guys to get a house. When you started dating her, you had an apartment. Now you guys are married and she wants you to upgrade. She ain't forcing you to do shit. You end up buying a home at her urging. She didn't force you to do it, though. You could have said no. Israel didn't force us to do anything. So I don't want to put it out there that Israel forced us to do it. And so somebody said something about the lighting. I don't know. It's got something to do with the device, obviously, because I haven't changed anything with the lighting over here, Chris. So I don't know why it's dark like that. I'll see what I can do when we get callers on. Are we at 10,000? Yes, we are. We're going to go straight to the box. Trump is going to patriotically serve a third term and fourth term before gracefully passing the presidency on to an appointee. It's what the founding fathers would have wanted. That's kind of, I'm assuming you're being a comedian there, Cap. First of all, Trump will be 83 in 2028. So he would serve from the age of 83 to 87 if he gets a third term. You're saying he's going to get a fourth term. So you believe he's going to serve from the age of 87 to 91. I'll tell you this, one of the things I don't want to ever hear from MAGA ever again is that we should have term limits or you should limit a politician's age before they have to step down. You guys are fine with Trump being president until he's a fucking 100. So I don't want to ever hear you guys talking about term limits anymore because there's a lot of you folks that are like, he can do it at 90. Yay, put him in there. Let me go back to the box. We'll go to Saint. Good evening, Saint. Welcome to the program. If it brings you up. I'm a Trump voter and I don't want this war, but I believe that had Kamala won, we would be worse off. Says 1984 isn't fiction. It's a good movie, by the way. I don't, listen, I lean left somewhat more than you, obviously. I don't believe we would be worse off under Kamala. I think we would have a country being ran in a different way. I think there are certain aspects of America that may be worse. You certainly would not get the same immigration and border policies under Kamala Harris that you would under Trump. So if you want every single immigrant that's in this country illegally out, you're not going to get that under Kamala Harris. You're absolutely not going to get that. If you want to prevent new immigrants from coming here, which is kind of what Trump, you're not going to get that under Kamala Harris. So border and immigration issues, yeah, you're going to get far more what you want under Trump than you are under Kamala Harris. But in terms of sheer corruption, the president profiting off the backs of the taxpayers, Kamala Harris was not going to make $2.2 fucking billion in 1 year. That was not going to happen. So it depends on what area of the country what do you want done? Kamala Harris was not going to take aircraft from foreign nations and try to fly around in them as her own. That was not going to happen. So it just depends on what you're pointing out. What's more important to you as a voter? Let me go to the box. We didn't get a chance to bring up the last guest. Don't know what happened. We'll try with Mimi. We would have had hyperinflation under Kamala just like under Biden. I mean, that's an opinion. It's possible. It's possible. But remember, under Kamala Harris, she got on The View and said, I wouldn't do anything different than Biden. The time when she was on The View making that statement that I wouldn't do anything different than Biden, it's hard to suggest that the country right now is functioning better than it was at the time she made that statement. Our economy is not doing better. We are at war with no end to it. So it just depends on what you're using to judge things on. But towards the end of the term for Biden and Harris, it's hard to argue that right now our country is doing better than it was at that point. Stick, Darula. Good evening, Stick. Biden brought inflation down, says a pimp named Furback. Yeah, like I said, it depends on what your metric is. Stick, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. Not much at all. Just asking, which side has more radicals?
Which side has more radicals? I would have to say the right. I would have to say the right. And the reason why I'm saying that is because they're the ones doing all the mass pew-pewings and all of that shit. Yeah, they got the most radicals.
Well, some would say the left does a lot of. What do you mean by they're doing the most pew pew? And I mean, we did have another one in Idaho yesterday too. Was that a bleeding heart liberal out there?
I don't know. I don't know about that one. I just know that for the simple fact, if you Google or ask Alexa, you like to have ask Alexa. Well, what's the is it the right or the left that has the most fanaticals in it? And
let me say this. When I say radicals, I'm not just talking about people who unalive folks in mass casualty events. I'm talking about folks like Mamdani and these folks who want to own businesses. You heard what the head of the DSA is talking about, getting rid of police, getting rid of ICE, getting rid of prisons. That's radical.
Okay, yeah. Now, so I would just say this. You call it radical.
You don't?
I call it we've had periods where we didn't have police and humans were being humans, whether they were being violent or behaving.
Wait a minute. Stig. Let me get clarity. Are you suggesting that you too would be willing to consider getting rid of police?
Well, what I'm saying is, like, I don't think we should get rid of them. I'm not going to say that. I don't think we should get rid of them. However, I think the concept of policing and the way it came about, is continuing. They were slave catchers. That's how they started.
You don't think 2026 officers are operating under the slave trade, do you? What are you getting at?
I'm just saying they're biased towards black folks. They act like they don't understand that all of us aren't dangerous, and we're people. And in this society and in this world as a whole, you have people that do shit and you have people that don't do shit. Y'all tend to, the police, not you, but the police tend to mix everybody as the same, and it's not that way.
Yeah, I would submit to you, we can have an outcry for more police training. If you're suggesting that police are targeting one group, African Americans or whatever you want to suggest, then that could be solved with training. That defunding of police and abolishing ICE and all this shit. I vehemently disagree. You do disagree also with abolishing ICE, right?
Again, I don't think they should abolish it. However, I think they really need to start doing background checks and making sure that the people that they got working at ICE is actually qualified and or not part of a neo-Nazi group or some shit. They need to be vetted better.
Yeah, I'm 100% behind additional training and vetting. I mean, just like you got a lot of folks on the right saying we need to see and know who's coming into this country. You need to vet them. You do need to vet who's going in the police department and into law enforcement as well. And you don't hear the right saying that, because I agree with you from a standpoint of it's pretty clear they didn't properly vet and train those who are working for ICE. I mean, the number of mistakes and deaths in custody and shit like that in such a short period of time is unexplainable. I mean, ICE is fucking up, but I don't know if I don't agree with abolishing them. They are a necessary branch of law enforcement. Did I lose you, Stick?
Yeah, no, you didn't lose me. I'm sorry, man. But no, I don't believe in totally abolishing it, for the simple fact that they're needed in the sense to making sure that the border is what it is, and if they do have to pick up somebody that's actually overstayed and all of that, we need those services. I'm not going to say those services aren't needed. However, the way that they do it needs to be revamped, and that's how I feel about that. Because at the end of the day, like, if you can't do your job and be correct in how you do your job without somebody having to tell you the whole time, hey man, you ain't doing the job good, you messing up. Not only that, this could be considered to be racist and or whatever. So yeah.
So let me ask you this. Okay, I get your take on that with ICE, but what about the fact that the Democrats, with this socialism, the push for socialism, do you think the term socialism, or even God forbid communism, Do you think that's something that Democrat candidates should actively work to separate themselves from? Because you're now starting to have candidates that are openly, in addition to Mamdani, I think Michigan has one, Wisconsin has a candidate now. Do you think they should try to fight to separate themselves from that term?
I don't know about fighting. I just think that people who, because I already know what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to say, see, that's communism. And communism and socialism is two different things. However, the things about taking away these three letters and these other law enforcements, the defund the police, number one, doesn't mean don't fund the police and don't have a police. Defund the police means direct the money that y'all getting in different areas other than buying assault vehicles and assault rifles and shit like that. Get some therapists, get some people that can talk some people down off of, buildings and windows and all of that shit. Get some people that actually can practice the word peace officer.
Yeah, but and I agree with you 100%. But I think the problem is the Democrats didn't get ahead of this back when defund the police first started coming out. Just like when Trump first in his first term, he was talking about we're going to build a wall and Mexico's going to pay for it. And the Democrats were saying, see, Mexico is not going to give you a check. When in reality, his plan was we're going to increase tariffs on Mexico and use the money from the tariffs to pay for the wall. It's not that Mexico's going to write a check directly. Hang on. But hold on, hear me out. I'm just simply saying that how you can take somebody's stuff and twist it. Everybody knows what defund the police means. It means exactly what you said. Just like what Mexico's going to pay for the wall. People actually knew what it meant, but to demonize the term had more value. Now the Republicans were able to get out of the Mexico's going to pay for the wall because Trump just makes so many other fucking promises that don't come true. You don't have as much time to focus on one of them. But in regards to defund the police, it's still hurting the Democrat Party, even though everybody knows exactly what you're talking about. We don't want to just give them money to buy new ARs, to buy AMRAAMs and all kinds of weapons of violence. Give them money to learn de-escalation skills. It's exactly what you're talking about. But the Democrats are not good at getting ahead of this shit. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, see, this is the thing. It's funny that you know that I know that. And it's weird that everybody else seems to not know that. And I watch the same thing that they pretty much watch. But however, like you said, if you're going to be a person that watch Fox News all day, if you're going to be a person that doesn't pretty much tell you any of the policies and they just spin a narrative, then by all means, you are the one that is watching somebody that is harmful to you pretty much. Because they're not giving you the other side, and it's fairness and all its.
You saying Fox News is harmful to its viewers?
Yeah, it's harmful. If you got them spinning a narrative that's absolutely not true, and they tell you, well, we're entertainment, because they don't want to get sued and they don't want to lose no money. Yeah, then y'all harmful then. Y'all need to stop doing that shit. It should be against the law for you to say Fox News when your ass is Fox Entertainment.
Well,
because you telling them lies and you're able to do it because you're saying I'm not news. I'm not up here to report a true story. I'm up here to spin a narrative and make it look like this. You're basically a bigger MAGA Reacts.
Well, propaganda outfit. You're saying a propaganda. Yeah. Now listen, I don't disagree with you. Fox News obviously is not being honest with his viewers. I mean, the 2020 election is a perfect example. They have certainly been that way. But before you continue, I got a viewer in the comments. Terry Dolly says the new Democrat Party means exactly what they're saying. Get rid of the police and they will completely open up the border and our children will pay the price. How do you respond to that?
How I respond to it is that's some bullshit. They know it's a lie. I know it's a lie. You know it's a lie. And it's all good because at the end of the day, Tim, everybody knows the truth on what's what and who's who. You feel me?
Not completely. Stick. The DSA head made it clear there are Democrats walking around saying they would like for anybody, this is stolen land, we shouldn't have to be able to close the border. There are Democrats saying that.
Okay, and there's some people also saying that they want to eat some monkey brains. But do you have to be one of those people to say you want to eat some monkey brains?
There's nobody other than Kennedy that's in a position of power talking about eating monkey brains. There's a lot of Democrats.
And it's surprisingly, he's on the right. See what I'm saying? Like, I mean, follow those folks. Y'all go ahead. Y'all think that it was great that Donald Trump got somebody that eats roadkill booty and all sorts of shit. If that's what y'all want, y'all have it. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna stay with the people that like to at least go to Kentucky Fried Chicken and get some real, some type of real shit. I don't want no booty eating motherfucker talking to me, telling me I know his breath stink. Like you just ate booty. Man, at that you ate roadkill booty.
It's crazy that Kennedy is, the stuff he talks about. He is literally the head of the Center for Disease Control. Like I with no medical background or anything. If you want to talk about an unqualified candidate, to me, Trump appointing Kennedy to the head of the CDC kind of removes the right's ability to ever point out an unqualified candidate, at least for the next generation. Like, how the hell did he get that job?
And the neurosurgeon that he was privy to, you put him over hood. Wow, that don't make no sense. At least he has a medical background. You don't want Fauci, and you want somebody that was willing to take a job from you. Put the man that has the actual ability to at least know about infectious brain diseases. Goddamn it, it's something medical. You put goddamn, I don't wash my ass for a year. RFK in them. Man, get the fuck out.
I do not know how that happened. To me, out of all of Trump's appointments, that's probably the least. I mean, I don't think Hegseth's qualified either, but I think out of all of his appointments, that is the worst one. I mean, at least Hegseth does have a military career. This guy's not even in medicine. He's a lawyer. Like, to put him over CDC is, there is no explanation for that. Other than
it was so bad.
Go ahead.
It was so bad. They told us that Joe was so bad that they was willing to pick a RFK. They was willing to have if I'm going to pick somebody and it ain't Trump, I would have to go with RFK. The same people that voted for Trump, if Trump would have had a reason why he could have, they would have voted him. And then these are the people that we got to talk to and you got to talk to because, they're your beloved MAGA.
We like MAGA. We do like MAGA, yes.
Again, they don't think. They are mindless creatures walking around with no thoughts, and Trump got to tell them everything they think, and what's wrong, and what's good, and what's bad, and what's not. And that's who we dealing with. That's the people that elected this president. Nimrods.
I would never call all of MAGA Nimrods. I mean, there's some Nimrods in the Democrat Party. Let me ask you this. How do we get out of the Iran war? Trump is now suggesting he's called off a threat. Apparently, he's indicating that Iran wants to make another deal. Yet again, he's saying that. What is your take on that? Is this ever going to end?
All he has to do is leave. That's it.
Explain.
Listen. If he leaves, who they fighting? Nobody. If he leaves, why would they put in the streets? You're not fighting us. So now that's really going to make them look like
Wait a minute.
the bad guy.
You're saying you say all he had to do, you talking about Trump?
Yeah, that's all he got to do is leave. He don't need to be over there. We don't get no oil from the straight. Let him tell it.
Oh,
it just affects the world market. Remember? So if we don't really have to be over there, just leave. You want the war to be over?
You sound like MAGA. If you don't like it, just leave. You start to sound like MAGA.
No, I'm saying, Tim, you asked how could it be over? Iran isn't coming at us. Iran isn't over here in the Atlantic or the Pacific. Iran is in the Strait, pretty much. Their warships, everything is in the Strait or wherever it's at, under sea, because he said he got rid of them, whatever. Wherever they're at, that's where they're at. They're not nowhere near the United States.
Would you advise we do that now? I mean, because listen, the oil market, it's all connected. Despite Trump saying we don't need any of the oil coming through the Strait and all of that, and a lot of people don't believe that, but the fact is, because we're tapping into our own reserves, Our shit will run dry eventually doing what Trump is talking about, but it's all connected no matter what. If you were to advise President Trump in regards to trying to end the war, would you tell him just pack up and leave that region?
Just leave. Just leave. Leave him alone. Let it go. Whatever you was trying to do, it ain't worth it. We seeing it in real time that it ain't worth it, so just let it go.
So you're going to allow Iran to not only control the strait, but possibly re-energize its nuclear ambitions?
I'm gonna do what's best for the country, and what's best for the country is we leave them the fuck alone. And then if they do get any type of nuclear material, we got our spies, we got our contingency.
What would you?
plans.
Okay, so what would you advise? Okay, let's say we do what you said. We leave. Now, first of all, they are now charging a toll to get through the Strait of Hormuz, so that's going to permanently keep our gas prices high. We're going to pay for that forever. But in addition to that, you get intelligence, maybe from Netanyahu, but you get intelligence that they have restarted their nuclear program. What would you do?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this, Tim. I'm gonna do what we've always done, which is make sure that doesn't happen. However, we never use military might. We use our thinking tanks, and we use secret missions and anything else that we had to do. However, it never included using the Navy and doing this. If we had to do airstrikes, we did airstrikes, and then we came out back to, went to the base.
You know that will be viewed as a loss, so I got to move it on. But before I do, I want to read this comment real quick to you. Great Cloud 6052 says, Trump is liberating Iran. He gave Iran a chance. He said at the start of this to the Iranian people, I'm giving you a chance to take freedom. The people haven't done that yet. He warned them. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, the people was never on his side in the first place. So I don't even know why he was talking about. He tried to put it in their hands. Like, they took the weapons that you gave them and didn't do right. You said it yourself that you was upset. Why are you still trying to say, oh, it's the people? No, it's you, motherfucker. Leave the region. We won't have a problem. I guarantee you, 9 times out of 10, Iran, if they leave the region, they will not try to make everybody pay a toll. They will not do that.
I don't believe that.
The threat is gone. They left. They gave it up. So we're going to just let this shit go, and we're going to go back to what we used to do. Now, will the price go down immediately? Fuck no. However, it will go down because now we're back to normal. We're back to regular business.
Okay.
That's all we got to do, get back to regular business. And that's all Trump got to do is just leave them fucking people alone.
All right. Stick, I appreciate you coming through. Thank you. And by the way, help your boy with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. I gotta start out by saying I disagree that if we just leave Iran, they're going to eventually open up the strait tax free. I think they're going to take, just like listen, Israel does not want to give the Palestinians and the West Bank all their land back. If you get into a conflict and you make victories during the conflict, you don't normally give those up after the conflict. America's a perfect example. We keep shit after we win wars and conflicts. Iran, I don't know how much they said. You're talking billions of dollars per year. Billions of dollars per year. If you're charging those ships coming out of the strait, $1-2 million a pop, each one that comes through. They're not giving that up. If America leaves, they're keeping that. I think Trump has exposed us to that going forward, and I don't think we're ever going to get that back. I think he's permanently lost that. Only way you're going to get that back is, I guess, violently. You'd have to have bases somewhere out there. I mean, you could station ships, I guess, in the waterways, and it would just permanently be a threat of violence. But as Stick said, we need to leave. So, and in regards to my viewer who said that Trump is liberating Iran, that is comical. That is absolutely comical. How can you be liberating the country and making statements like a whole civilization is going to die tonight? We're going to start bombing water plants so that the people are dying of fucking thirst. I don't think there's anyone in Iran and Stick was right, my last caller. I don't think there's anybody in that country from day one that thought America would liberate them. Just a few months before going into Iran, we were threatening to seize Greenland. We're also threatening to fuck with Cuba. We just took out the leader of Venezuela. We've bombed Syria. We've bombed Nigeria. These people don't see us as liberators. You see more like dominators. There's no way in hell the people of Iran thought, well, if we stand up and fight against the Ayatollah, the Trump administration is going to come in here and view us as heroes and shit like that. They've seen this already in Iraq. Under George H.W. Bush, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, the early 90s, we convinced the Iraqi people to rise up against Saddam Hussein. Unlike the Iranians, they did it. And we left. We didn't provide them any assistance. We left. That's why when you hear George W. Bush, the son, talking about we had to go back because he was killing his own people. Yeah, he's killing the people that you convinced to rise up against him. So we've shown this already. Not to mention, Trump just violated the JCPOA. Why the hell would the people of Iran trust him as a liberator? That's comical. That is literally comical to think that they would trust him. In the comments, yes, but doesn't mean you're native just because people came through. What are you guys talking about in the comments here? If we leave Iran alone, they will develop their long-range ballistic missiles as they develop their nuclear armaments for it. And they will continue to destabilize the region. This is a game ender, says David. Partially agree once again. I do agree if we leave Iran, they're going to continue developing long-range missiles and shit like that. And if there's any incentive they've ever received, it's this new war we got going on. Tap the screen, get us up to 25,000. What Trump has done has given them more of an incentive now than ever to strengthen their military capabilities. So, yeah, they're absolutely going to do that whether we leave or not. I disagree with your statement that they will continue to destabilize the region. My opinion, nobody's doing that more so than us. We are really destabilizing that region. Just about all of the conflicts that's been in the Middle East, the United States has been smack dab in the middle of it. We are probably the most destabilizing force to that region. I would say even more so than Israel, because Israel would not be Israel without us. We are the destabilizing force in that region. It's not Iran, it's us. Now, Iran does its own job in it, but we certainly destabilize the Middle East more than Iran, in my opinion. How many Middle Eastern wars have we been in? We've been involved in more Middle Eastern wars than most Middle Eastern countries. So, yeah, we are more destabilizing in that region, in my opinion. Looking in the comments, I don't give a fuck how long your ancestors have been here. Leon Hudson, you guys in the comments are going crazy with each other. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, help your boy with the hat mustache, tick-tock cap goes. I think some people are hearing that. Denkel, good evening. Welcome to the program, Denkel. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah.
So, well, in addition to talking about Iran, though, I asked a question earlier because I gave a host of names. We know now that the Trump administration is no longer going to be pursuing charges against this Olympian that was accused of, desecrating the reflective pool, vandalizing it. I'm talking about, in addition to this Olympian, Trump got the Justice Department going after everybody from Kilmar Abrego Garcia, Letitia James, Jack Smith, Ruby Freeman won a ton of money just like E. Jean Carroll did. Do you believe that Trump is capable of deliberately trying to jail someone he knows is innocent?
Oh, of course. Of course. We know because his whole goal is the cruelty. That's what he wants. He knows these people aren't guilty of anything. He just wants them to go broke trying to pay for lawyers and stay out of the system.
Yeah, but okay, I get the cruelty aspect, but just to innocent people? You really think he's that bad?
He knows that Olympic dude did not single-handedly reach down there and like Janine Pirro say, what did she say? Aggressively with two hands. It's some bullshit.
Yeah.
And he knows it now because she told him. She went down there herself and she got information from the experts, the FBI, the Department of Interior, and he's still saying, I don't care what she said. He knows he's lying.
Do you think there's any possibility of any accountability? I mean, if he's literally directing his Justice Department to pursue indictments and charges against innocent. I mean, because the Jim Comey, former FBI head James Comey, the 8647 seashell thing, suggesting that indicates he wanted to assassinate the president. You would agree that's a stretch, right?
Oh, for sure. We know. When them motherfuckers had to go get Sammy the Bull Gravano to prove that 86 means murder, that means you have no case. When you get a mass murderer to testify, that means you have no case.
Well, but they're still pursuing it, didn't Cal?
Yes, and the only remedy, unfortunately, the only accountability that will be had will be on the American people, because all of those people, when they fucking sue the government, they're going to be receiving our tax money. That's going to be the only people that are held accountable as us, the taxpayers. All of these lawsuits, all of this shit.
How do you, and I agree with you that these folks like Gilmar Abrego Garcia and some of these folks are going to have huge lawsuits against the government, but we can't go broke paying out wrongful, incarceration loss. I mean, do we limit how much they can get? Because sending Gilmar Abrego Garcia to CCOT, that's got to be worth a ton of money. And then threatening to send a motherfucker to Africa where he has had no experience. I mean, that alone, the traumatization behind that, giving him PTSD and the amount of cold sweats at night he has had to endure, not to mention his wife and family as well. How much, if you're in the jury, how much do you award somebody like that?
I don't know, but unfortunately, that's the way our rules and our laws are set up, because nobody's asking that same question when Donald Trump sues the government for $10 billion for releasing his taxes. Nobody batted an eye. They just said, damn, that's a lot of money. That
is crazy that Trump's taxes were leaked and he sued and was able to recover, what was it, over $1 billion in damages?
Yeah. People are running around talking about, that was wrong when they released his taxes. He's suing your dumb ass. The people that's saying that, he's suing us. When they say the government, for him, it seems like there's some separate pot of money that he's getting. But no, that's all tax money.
Now, MAGA is certainly more than capable of noticing corruption. God knows they pointed it out constantly under Biden's administration with Hunter Biden. Why is MAGA okay with this man recovering over $1 billion simply because his taxes were released?
Because they said that's what happens to rich people. When billionaires do stuff, it's just okay because they used to getting that money. You've heard a bunch of people say, yeah, they don't care if he's shorting the stock market and nothing, because that's just what rich people do.
I don't know. You think they would have okayed that if Biden's taxes had got released and Biden was trying to get $2 billion in taxpayer money? You think they would have said that's just what rich people do?
Man, they got mad because his son got a job in another country.
Yeah, the Burisma thing. Yeah,
and he paid all of the taxes back, and they still wanted to prosecute him.
And in the comments, I got a viewer in the comments, English McCormick says, at this point, I ain't even mad at Trump no more. Like the saying goes, old habits are hard to break. He been at this shit he been at this shit a long time. The left should lock him up. He's committing crimes in the open. So he's saying that Trump ain't even trying to hide it no more.
That's what it is. And we get to that point, but his people they got to that point a long time ago. They just say, we don't care whatever crimes he commits because you guys are bad. That's how they frame it. They even blame us. You the reason why he got elected, because y'all. But
that may be true. Is there not some validity to that the liberals have went fairly far to the left? Maybe they are the reason Trump got reelected.
No, I don't believe that. If going far to the left means electing a black man, yeah, maybe we did.
Well, Trump came after Biden, though. I mean, after Biden's term, listen, you got folks that are open. Let me ask you, I ask this to you plain and simple. If a candidate is running for office and openly claiming to be a socialist or communist, would that disqualify you from voting for them?
No.
You're okay with socialism?
Because the psychology of the shit is the same for them as it is for us. I regret to say it. But when they went so far to the right, where they was talking about kicking out American citizens in this country, and it was okay when American citizens get shot dead in the streets, they were okay with it.
Yeah.
So now we always talked about it in the beginning. We say, remember the pendulum always swings back. So all of this socialist shit, I expect it. I expect people to be open to it because we so fucking sick of the right acting like they right ain't motherfucking so far to the right that it's off the fucking map. So yes, now you getting what you didn't expect was the left is going too far to the left.
Well, I got a viewer asking, where has socialism ever worked? Please give me an example, or else it's just some made-up thing in your head, some utopia. So he's saying, why the hell would you entertain socialist candidates? It's never worked anywhere on the planet, is what he's indicating. Okay, you got a call? All right. Okay, I have to move it. Okay, did you hear what I asked you?
No, say it again. I'm sorry.
He's saying, where on earth has socialism ever worked? Why would you want to continue trying, or even, why would you want to support a socialist candidate when that's never worked anywhere on the planet?
Because I want to try something different. I could ask them the same question about trickle-down economics. We've seen it fail by multiple presidents. We keep on doing it over and over again and keep telling us it's going to trickle down to the normal average citizen. It never does. Now we want to try something different. They calling it socialism, but it's really a hybrid government, which is what we already have right now. We're just applying that theory to different parts of our country.
You think it could work here? Like what?
Look, we're going to find out. I'm saying what we've been doing is not fucking working. So we need to try something different.
You
We
know,
need to try something different, and we're getting to see it play out. Will it work? I don't know. But the people in New York, if people around the country saying, shit, let's give it a shot. Mamdani is doing it right now. He's putting some of that stuff into effect. We don't like it because we keep on hearing these words before. The socialists, the communists, or whatever. They keep applying this label. We've always been a country with a hybrid government. We've taken different parts of different governments around the world, and we've used it to our advantage.
yeah, but what about the shit that this lady gets on TV? I'm sure did you hear the head of the DSA? Did you hear the clip I played?
Yes, I did. Yes,
What do you do when somebody's talking like that?
You're going to have extreme members of both parties. We got people in the Republican Party saying women shouldn't fucking vote.
Yeah.
And that's mainstream. We got the Department of War head, his spiritual advisor is saying that shit. And he's agreeing with him. We got people right now in mainstream America that's so fucking far to the right that they are taking away rights of people.
Well, the folks on the
motherfucker opening up some grocery stores in Manhattan.
Well, the folks on the right are going to suggest that that's Democrat propaganda when you say that there. When you say that folks on the right, when you say that the Trump administration is taking away the rights of people, they're going to say what rights have been lost under Trump?
If I got to explain this shit to them, then they don't want to fucking know. When they've taken away the rights of the black voters to have representation in the deep red South, where we know that they've been known to discriminate against people, they've openly did it in our fucking face. And we know they did it is because they struck down parts of the Civil Rights Voting Act. I get to explain this to people who have a grasp on reality. They're doing this shit in our fucking face. And now, when somebody wants to go to the extreme, they want to say, see, but they're not looking at their extreme. They're not looking at their stream. This motherfucker want to kick out a bunch of black people out of the military because they have a fucking ingrown hairs in their fucking face.
It's funny, but it is true. They want, if you got because I've had those razor bumps and shit. Yeah,
Dude,
yeah. So what do you think is the goal? To have an all white military or something?
look, we already know what them tattoos on that man's body stand for. You can say, well, it's not really been proven to be racist. It's white nationalist shit from a long time ago. It's all about cis white motherfucking Christian values that don't apply to every fucking body in this country.
So you're saying, you're talking about Pete Hegseth and his tattoos. Are you trying to indicate that you think Pete Hegseth himself is some kind of white nationalist or some white supremacist?
Yes, I believe, yes. His actions say it. He's actually stopping black females from getting promotions in the military, not on what they've done to achieve those goals. Just because they're black or female, dude. Everybody knows the shit, but we gotta sit here and break down like whether he's this or he's that. It's out there in the open for everybody to see. If you want to say this guy is motherfucking, he comes in there, he tries to discredit the last guy who was the Joint Chief, who was the most decorated black motherfucker probably in the goddamn history, talking about, I don't know what he was doing in the job.
Well, I got a lot of folks that think Hegseth is doing a stellar job. It's crazy that you have such a difference of opinion between. So let me ask you, with you being retired military yourself, what is the end game in Iran? How does this end? I mean, eventually this shit has to end. Do we eke out a win in this any way, shape, or form?
No, because if we could, we would. He got us into this shit. He listened to people who had their own motives, and now he doesn't know how to get out of it. He goes day to day saying his own is off, his own is off, his own, we're going to destroy him. Now he talking about we want to make a deal. We can't trust them with this and that. All he's doing is manipulating the market to keep the people in America from really revolting against them. Because if we get $5 or $6 gas before November, it's gonna be a real fucking.
Do you think there's any chance we would possibly see $5 or $6 gas before the midterms?
I don't know, because he's constantly manipulating it like he did today. Talking about we don't call off the strikes and we don't talk about the.
How could the market, if he is manipulating the market back and forth like you're suggesting, why is the market still falling for this?
Because they're making money. The market don't give a fuck. They just showed Shell made record. I'm talking about the best quarter ever in the history of that company. They're making money. They don't care. They know that we're in a bad, fucked up situation.
But they're cashing in on it.
But they're going to keep on going along with the president as long as they can keep on jacking the prices up. They can jack the price up now on some shit that they bought 8 months ago.
You talking about they got crude oil. They can jack the price up now during this troubling time.
Right, they got stocks, because the stock market is about the futures market. Like what we see today when they say, okay, oil is $80 a barrel or $95 a barrel, that's a futures market. But if you bought oil 8 months ago, because remember, those companies have their own reserves too. So the oil that they bought 8 months ago or 6 months ago before the war, that they bought for $2, for $45 or $60 a barrel, they can now sell for $95 a barrel. It's not a fucking shell game.
Well, hence the name. I mean, it's almost like they should pass I guess listen, my pro-capitalist folks do not like regulation, but there should be a law that's required that if you purchase the oil at that price, you got to sell it at whatever the going rate was for the time you purchased it. You can't market up and put the American public in jeopardy by doing that. That should.
But they can't do that because those are international companies.
You could do it if we threaten you like Trump does. You know, look, international my ass. If you want to sell to the United States, you can follow this rule, or you take your shit elsewhere, and we'll deal with other countries that will follow these rules.
He can't do that now. Remember, they done gave him $1 billion. Remember, before the election, he said, if y'all just give me $1 billion,
yeah,
he ain't about to do that.
You make it sound like our president is for sale, didn't Cal?
Hey, for $19.99, how much is them fake gold coins he's selling?
I don't even know, but he does have a coin with his face is on the front and eagle is on the back or something like that.
Right, yeah, they look gold, but they're not actually gold.
Well, let's just say it like this. He is a successful businessman. He's been the most profitable president in U.S. history. It's just for him, not necessarily for us. I got to move it on then, Carol. You're depressing me with some of this shit. Certainly saying that the president would intentionally jail an innocent man. That's depressing.
You just see him try to jail the goddamn... We talking about a damn Olympic athlete.
Yeah.
They were talking about trying to get him the max, talking about giving him 10 years for touching a piece of goddamn... And if he could do it, he would do it.
Wow. That's
and
crazy.
Sleep like a baby, too.
That's crazy. All right, I got to go. Cal, thanks for coming through. That shit's depressing, but I appreciate you coming through, man. In the comments, King Mo says his subscription is live to 100,000 a month for information. Is that what, now Trump has this thing on his social media account where you pay money to get his post truth, what it used to be called tweets. They're called truths now. Is that how much it costs? 100K? If so, that is crazy. Is that what they're charging for that? Wow. So you pay $100,000 a month and you get Trump's post ahead of everybody else, which, as my last caller was talking about, market manipulation. So if Trump is threatening, like right now, he was threatening to have a major escalation in the war, and now he's announced just the opposite, which is going to make a huge difference in markets, things like that. I mean, the market's going to change dramatically based on him calling off that strike. If you could get access to that information before everybody else, it would be of value, because people are going to be making moves based on the perception that an escalation of war is about to happen. You know ahead of time that that's not going to happen and it's going to be called off. Wow. That is hard to say that's not corrupt. Hard to say that that's not helping individuals that want to be corrupt. That's making money the artificial way. Cheating for it. Looking in the comments, tap the screen. Help your boy with the hat, mustache, tick-tock cap goals. Pretty fucking low right now. Stevie D says, LOL, that's it for 1%. Who's got 1.2 million a year for a subscription? Now, a lot of people do. Stevie, the people that are making a killing off the market, a lot of them got that $1 million for a subscription. If you know that money is going to turn into a win for a lot, look, he's getting rap artists and shit that'll pay $1 million for a pardon. You can make a fortune off of that information. So yeah, you would have no problem finding people that would come up with $1 million for that subscription. So I don't know what are you talking about on that? A lot of the wealthy investors, that's pocket change to them. That's pennies. When has Trump ever been honest, says retired fireman. Well, wasn't he honest in suggesting his goal was to make America great again? What about that? And by the way, I do want to if I can get some of my MAGA on here. I don't know how fortunate we'll be to get any MAGA on here, but this photo came out from MTG, former Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if you can see it. You probably can't see it real clear, but it has Marjorie Taylor Greene, and at the head is Tucker Carlson. They claim they're starting their own new movement. You think it'll have any success? Now, Tucker Carlson has millions of followers. I suppose he could team up with Alex Jones, who is also no longer a fan. Alex Jones is calling for Trump to be kicked out of office by Article 25 or whatever. So there are a lot of folks on the right. These are not liberals by any stretch of the imagination whatsoever, and not even to the point where MAGA can spin it. These aren't rhinos. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson are not liberal. There's not a liberal bone in their body, and they're not rhinos, but they do have a huge following. I don't believe Candace Owens is on Trump's side anymore either. Neither is Megyn Kelly. All of these folks have millions of subs and followers all over social media. Could they possibly band together and cause any harm to the MAGA movement? Or better yet, let's say President Trump, because I do believe Trump and MAGA are independent of each other to some degree. Trump is when you see MAGA, when you see the MAGA hat, you think of Trump, but Trump and MAGA are starting to kind of be separate because MAGA is about making America great again. It's hard to make a good argument that that's what Trump is doing because most of the stuff Trump is doing is international. And it's not necessarily making America great. I mean, it's hard to suggest that what we did in Venezuela has somehow made America great. I don't think what he's threatening to do in Cuba would make America great. Greenland, I don't think that would make America. So he's not really doing a lot here in America. And these folks are saying that we want somebody that's going to put America first and not get involved in all this overseas stuff. So we'll see if they have any power to do anything to the Trump movement. I'm going to suggest they probably don't, but we'll see. In the comments, MAGA has liabilities. Socialism, Egyptians, Greek, Roman, early Christians, all socialism empires. Really? So you said MAGA is lying. God Mind says liabilities. I've never heard of that, but he said you lie so much you got a condition known as liabilities. He's saying that Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and early Christians all utilized socialist governments and that they worked. So go figure. I'll tell you my opinion on it is, and tap the screen, I'll take the next caller at 30, help you borrow with the hat, mustache, tick-tock, cap goes. I don't think most Americans know what socialism, communism even is. I think that most Americans are just using this stuff as a way to demonize folks on the left. And to some degree, it's successful. So I can't argue with them doing it, but I don't think they really know what it is because I played the clip on last live of Trump calling Kamala Harris a socialist, communist, Marxist, and fascist in one sentence. You can't be all of those. Socialism and communism tends to be left. Fascism is far right. One person cannot be all of these things at once. So it's pretty clear Trump doesn't know what this stuff is. He called her a socialist, communist, fascist, and Marxist. Nobody can be all of that simultaneously. Looking in the comments, they don't know the actual definition. Most are too lazy to even look it up. Yeah, that's what I believe it is. I believe it's and because when you think about Obama running for office back in 2007, they were adamant that Obama was a socialist. We had Obama in office for 8 years. America did not come close, remotely close to being a socialist country. The dude just wanted to give people health care. There's a whole lot more that socialism involves other than just giving health care to your citizens. So a lot of people don't know what it means, in my opinion. Looking in the comments, we'll go back to the box. We'll make it happen with, what does that say, Percy Thomas? Good evening, Percy. Regular liberals need to call out these radical libbies. I'll tell you this. I don't think they're going to do that. Just like, and I'll say it from this standpoint. Yes, it does appear that the liberals are propelling radical candidates. Defund the police, leave the borders open, abolish ICE, get rid of prisons, like the head of the DS. It does appear that the left is appointing or championing and gathering around radical candidates. But I don't think the left is going to do that for the simple fact of, I think just like Denkel, my last caller, said, people want something new. That's why they went for Bernie Sanders in 2015 and Donald Trump. When Bernie Sanders lost, or the Democrats prevented him from winning, however you want to look at it, a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters went and voted for Trump. The two-party system is what they've grown tired of. So telling the Democrat candidates, you guys need to stop promoting radical candidates and put another moderate in there. They don't want, the young crowd does not want moderates anymore. They're not doing well under those folks either. They're certainly not doing well under Trump, but they're not doing well under those folks either. And I'll tell you also a reason why they won't get rid of their moderate, their radical candidates on the left is because of the same reason the right is doing it. The right is telling the left, you need to get rid of all of these radical socialists and shit like that. Meanwhile, they're ignoring Trump talking about nationalizing elections, putting military in U.S. cities, using the DOJ to go after his enemies and shit, naming everything after himself in D.C., passing money, trying to give our tax money to J6 rioters that were on video beating up cops, talking about he should get a third term, denying election results over and over again, using his own government to sue for personal cash, and banning opposition media like outlets and stuff like that, media outlets and stuff. So the left is going to say, how are you going to tell us to get rid of a radical candidate when you actually elected a radical politician and you're happy with the guy? You're happy with the dude. So how are you going to tell us that our side won't work when you put in a radical politician? And there was a whole lot of folks when Trump was talking radical shit on his way up that said he couldn't win. And here we are. But fact is, Trump and MAGA are also radical. They just favor what they're doing and they don't like socialism or capitalism. But you do have folks saying women can't vote or shouldn't be able to vote, and women, if you terminate the life of the unborn, you should qualify for the death penalty. That's radical shit coming from the right. Politicians are doing that. So it's going to be hard to tell the left, you guys need to get rid of some of these radicals, when the right seems to have no problem with the radicals they have. And their radicals are in office. They're not running for office. They're there already, and they like them. So you're probably going to have a hard time with that. Top Dog, good evening. Welcome to the program. Can you dive a tank, huh? Top Dog, good evening.
What's up, Sam?
You got something wrong with your mic or something.
Okay, how about now?
Now, something loud.
What about now?
We'll try to make it work.
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all. So what brought you on? What am I getting wrong?
Oh, man, what are you talking about today, Tim? I've been on hold for about 2 hours now, so I kind of...
You've been on hold for 2 hours and you don't know what we're talking about?
You all over the place.
Okay.
But seriously, though, when you're saying like the radical left, radical right, yeah, that's what it's going to, because Trump went so far to the right, it only makes sense to go far to the left. Like your Madonna guy in New York, like you said, I'm liking what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? It's something different. I'm like what Dencal said, it's something different. Mm-hmm. You know, we'll see if it'll work. It's not guaranteed, but hey, it's something different. We tried it the different ways, and let's just see.
Yeah. And because they're some of these candidates are starting to win and are starting to reach the top. I think there's a socialist candidate in Wisconsin, another one in Michigan's running. They're popping up everywhere now. So that socialism and communism would not disqualify you from voting for somebody.
Nah, man. Like I say, Tim, Trump made it where, hey, any candidate is hard. Trump have shown the worst a candidate can be, so it's not hard to be better than Trump.
Damn, you think he's that bad?
Oh yeah. I mean, all the things he's done, the racism, the taking all the money he's doing right now, yeah, Tim. You know, so any candidate that's even thinking about trying to put some money back in our pocket, I mean, we got to see what they're talking about. You know, Trump got up there in 2024. I didn't believe shit he said, but you know, some people did. You know, thought he was going to go in and lower the food prices, lower the energy prices, lower the gas prices. No wars, and he haven't done shit.
But he still has 2 more years left, though.
Well, yeah, you're right. He got 2 years, but he haven't done shit in the first 2 years, though. You're right. But the first 2 years, he haven't done shit for the American people. For the average American people, for the rich, the filthy rich, yeah, they're benefiting like a motherfucker. But the average person, your Joe the plumber guy, yeah, we're not seeing nothing. We seeing his high prices right now.
I got a tough one for you. I want you to answer this question coming from a viewer. This is a tough one. Grandy's Garden says, will liberals ever admit to one thing they like about President Trump, or are they in a cult? How do you respond to that?
I don't think I give Trump credit for it that he's decriminalizing marijuana. He's doing certain things to to knock down the charges of marijuana. That's it. That's the only thing I give him credit for, Tim.
What about the border? What about the border?
I stay out here in Oklahoma. The Hispanics, it wasn't an issue for me, Tim.
Yeah.
The border was not an issue for me. I like I said, I don't live on the border. I live in Oklahoma, so I don't live on the border, but I didn't have an issue with, the border. It's not affecting my life at all.
Getting men out of women's sports. What about that?
Okay, well, first off, it wasn't even a lot in the first place. They just made it an issue, and they won on that issue. You know what I mean? You look at history, it's not a lot of men playing in female sports, Tim. I've never seen it nowhere in Oklahoma. They've even heard of it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I mean, I agree with Trump in the right. A biological male should not be able to play against a woman, but I agree with you also. I don't know if anywhere it's happening.
Yeah, because if it was, guess what? It'd be all on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. They'll be recording it. It'd be all out there, Tim. So if there was, after the Trump administration, damn near went away after that. If there was one or two playing in female sports, after the Trump administration, you got rid of all that shit. No, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it either.
See, think about the MAGA. They think we okay with that right there. No, a lot of liberals and Democrats wasn't okay with men and female sports. Nah, we wasn't okay with that at all.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing is the Democrats don't know what a woman is and stuff like that. Is that they're taking which is to me is another extreme position where you don't know what a woman is. There are some Democrats that had a hard time answering that, and they're taking that and suggesting that applies to all Democrats.
Okay, well, even the ones that had a hard time answering that question, they got to get over that shit, Tim. It's not hard to answer what is a woman, like you say, Tim, your mama, and move on. That's it. They ask you, what's a female, your mama. And move on. I mean, that was when you said that made perfect sense. Your mama.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. But if you're trying to, it's the same thing when they ask the MAGA about the 2020 election. They put themselves in a pickle. Like, man, come on, you making yourself sound dumb as hell.
I agree with that 100%. That is the comeback to MAGA. Anytime they say Democrats don't know what a woman is, I say you guys don't know what an election winner is, and you don't know what a war is either, because they're trying to suggest that we're not at war.
Well, but they going off what Trump say, but Trump's so damn dumb. He says it's war. He call it a war. He slips up and call it a war. So, think about MAGA. They gonna always, like you boy MAGA reacts. He gonna always try to slip away or come up with an angle. He don't know how bad he make himself look. He can just say, you know what, Trump is wrong, and we can move on. But he tried to slip his way and tap dance around, justify. He make himself look more like a dumbass than anything, Tim.
Well, that's up to the listener's opinion. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I need you folks to smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm. If you're watching on YouTube, tap that like button. I need you to give me that. But look, everybody has a different opinion. MAGA is just as passionate about their opinion as many on the left are.
Well, yeah, you're right, Tim. But some shit he say, Tim, like he tried to say yesterday that you can have two opinions on one subject, two opposite opinions on one subject. Like that don't even make sense. So MAGA, you can't get through to them. They just like Black MAGA, man. Their mind is made up, Tim, and hey, they riding with it. Black MAGA riding. They gonna stay with him because
But you started out by indicating Trump is racist. If he's racist, how does he have so many black supporters?
Just like my army friends that voted for Trump, I had one friend, Tim, he voted for Trump, and he admitted that, he finally admitted after that video of, the apes and shit like that, he admitted it. He said, bro, I believe Trump is racist. I said, but you still vote for him again? He said, yeah. So I'm like, you can't beat that shit. I don't know what to say. He admitted, it's the black guy, it's the black guy. He said, yeah, I voted for him, but I still, even though I know he's doing racist things towards black people, I still would vote for him. I'm like, I can't argue with that, man. That motherfuckers is lost.
What is he doing? Well, my first question to somebody like that is, what are you getting out of Trump that is so significant that you would be willing to accept him being racist to people like you? I mean, I don't understand. I would have to talk to him to hear that. That doesn't make a lot of sense at all.
It was a lot. Well, from what I got from a lot of black MAGA, they was looking at the money. They was looking at the money, thinking that Trump can bring money in. You know, they believe what he said. You know, he's going to give them the tax cuts. You know, put more money in their pocket, and they believed it. So they voted basically their pocketbook. That's what I get from a lot of black MAGA. The ones that I know, they voted their pocketbook. Like, I'm going who I think going to put more money in my pocket.
But that's a legit reason to vote. I mean, most people do vote based on the economy and what they perceive a politician is going to do for their bank account. So that makes sense.
Well, I don't give a damn what it is, Tim. I don't give a damn what Trump say. I wouldn't vote for him. I'll continue to bust my ass before I go out there and support a guy that I know is a racist. I can't do that, Tim. I can't say, like I told my partner, you sold your soul for Trump. You know what I mean? And I believe that. You know what I mean? You sold yourself out just for an extra few bucks at the end of the year.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
Black MAGA, they terrible, Tim. I don't know what them people is something very different, Tim. Black MAGA, them motherfuckers is.
What?
I gotta get away. I gotta get away from them, Tim. I can't even be in the same area with them. Just the way they think and the way they talk is bullshit.
What have you seen that is concerning from blacks that vote, black people that vote for MAGA? What have you seen that make you say that?
Well, like I said, he admitted he's a racist and he still supported. Like, it don't get no more worse than that, Tim. You admit this guy's a racist, but you're still going to support him because you're looking at the finances.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it don't get no deeper than that.
Now, would you believe? Let me ask you, what has Trump done? Because I get this from my viewers. My beloved MAGA is going to ask that question. What the hell has Trump done to make you think he's racist?
Well, you know, just how he allowing a lot of things getting cut out of the administration. You know, DOD websites. You know, cutting back on Jackie Robinson, just showing certain little things, Tim. You know, the way he do immigrants and things like that.
Well, here's a comment you often hear coming from Moachman in the comments says they are fellow black conservatives and they're not sheep like the rest of you fucks. They learned how to get off the mental plantation and move ahead with life. So he's suggesting that black MAGA is doing better than black liberals.
No, that's what they thought, Tim. That's what black MAGA thought. They thought they was going to be able to get on that high horse and say, "Look what Trump done for me, and he didn't do. Look what you guys left out on. You guys went against him, and look what he did for me. But guess what? Trump left their ass out there in the rain too."
Yeah, there are some folks who point out there's a lot of African Americans like Byron Donalds and Tim Scott and folks that have fought for Trump, and he didn't give any of them a job. So
didn't give him shit. So
yeah.
You know.
Well, this is our president. People love the guy. So
yeah, Tim, not me.
So is there anything he can do to make you at least soften your stance on him?
Nah, he already showed me the type of person he was, Tim. Once you show me who you are, you know, there's no way around it. You already showed me.
Kind of like the Maya Angelou quote, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's got to be. It's like I feel like a used car salesman sometimes when I'm talking to you folks. Like, what can I do to get you interested in this car? I'm trying to sell you on Trump. Like
nothing.
I mean,
nothing, Tim.
He's preventing one of our most staunch adversaries from obtaining a nuclear bomb. Is that not an important job that Trump is doing for us?
Nah, because I wasn't worried about that, Tim. I wasn't, you know, they was under control under Obama. He just wanted to come in and change some shit and be a bully.
Well, we'll have to try it on the next. You got a loud background. I'm gonna go ahead and move it on from you, Top Dog, because your background's loud. But we'll try it on the next. So tap the screen. Bunch of Uncle Ruckus and Steve. What is a Steven fly insurance guy? I've never heard of a Stevens. What is that? In the comments, shout out to President Trump. He's the greatest hustler in American history. Shout out to him and his family, says Mr. Wise Guy. Greatest hustler. Is he? I mean, look, there's a lot of legitimate ways to hustle. Is he hustling legally or otherwise? Let me know in the comments. Socialism in the Bible, you need scripture. Matthew 19:22, Acts 2:44-45, and Timothy 6:18. Go look MAGA. So you're saying socialism. Well, look, the way the right talks about socialism, the Last Supper is socialist because Jesus was giving them free shit. Jesus was he took a loaf of bread. I'm not very religious, but I know this fucking story. He took a loaf of bread and he gave it to them for free. That's socialism according to the right. They would have instructed Jesus to charge for that bread. They would have instructed those folks, or apostles, or whatever the hell they were called, they would have instructed those folks to go out and work and earn that bread. There's no such thing as a free lunch even in heaven. So, yes, Jesus would have been a socialist. Even the Last Supper is a depiction of socialism, according to the way the right discusses it. So, I mean, I assume they would have probably voted Jesus out because, like they say about Trump, we like his policies. We don't like the policies of Jesus. We like the book, but we don't like his policies. So, unfortunately, Jesus has to go. And he's walking around in sandals and shit, and he's not checking in with immigration, so he's here illegally. So, unfortunately, Jesus, we got to send you back. Looking in the comments, Jimmy, gas tax in Cali is $1. You guys talking about the taxes of no, you typically pay a combination of two main levels of fuel. So you guys are debating fuel taxes. Tap the screen, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. Please tell MAGA and Republicans and conservatives to stop pretending to care about kids when the Epstein files continue to be covered up. I can't argue with that one, because that is the claim that the Democrats want to terminate the life of an unborn and the right is here to protect kids and stuff like that. They are not protecting the Epstein files. The best argument the right has about the Epstein stuff is, well, you know, Biden or Obama or somebody didn't release it either. But when it comes to the children that were violated in the Epstein files, the right has shown no desire to help them out at all. None. The best we can do is a deflection and suggest that somebody else didn't help them out either. But yeah, they're doing none of that. In the comments, the orange clump has already lost. He's stirring the pot and shitting in it as much as he can until he's forced to stop. I don't know if Trump can lose at this point. I think, you know, the tired of winning philosophy. Now, here's the difference, though, because Trump says you're going to be tired of winning if you vote for me. MAGA's not winning. Trump is. But I can understand the sentiment of MAGA because I often compare it to a victory of your favorite sports team. You know, I'm a Chicago Bears fan. When the Bears win, if they win the Super Bowl, who knows, this may be our year, but when the Bears win, we say, we won. I don't get nothing out of it. I still got to go to work tomorrow. It doesn't change my finances or anything. Even if I go to the bar or go out somewhere to have a drink, I got to pay for that too. So I don't win anything. So, but I feel like I'm winning because that's my team. So when my team wins, I say, we won. I didn't win anything in reality. That's what I think MAGA's doing with Trump. If Trump sues the IRS and Trump wins $2 billion and they can't do audits on his taxes, MAGA says, we won. You didn't get any of the money and you can still be audited. All of his victories are for him. Just like the sports analogy, the players are the ones that get the ring and get the money and the contracts and the endorsements and get to go on TV and say, I'm going to Disney World. They're not taking me. I got to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be at the job site talking about the game, but make no mistake about it, at any given time, our boss may come and say, get back to work. We're getting nothing. That's what MAGA, that's the comparison. Because the price of goods and services has not dropped for MAGA. Inflation is not good for MAGA. The price of fuel is not good for MAGA. Some of their kids are at war and may have died already. They're not winning anything, but their team is. So they look at it that way. So they proudly wear the MAGA hat, like I may put on a Bears jersey or a Bears cap and walk around saying we won last year. That's pretty much all it amounts to. That's why I understand MAGA claiming victory, because they identify with the team and understand it ain't about me, it's about him. But we want him to win. In the comments, the combined direct state and federal, you guys are still talking about gas. I can't even read that comment section no more because you guys are arguing over California gas taxes. You're not on a team. These politicians get wealthy from your ignorance. Okay, look at it that way. They feel like they're on a team. They feel connected to Trump. So to them, it's a team. I support President Trump. And nothing wrong with you supporting him. You can support a guy. You still look. There's people who supported. I supported the Cubs for years. They kept losing, but I supported them. So you can support them. I'm assuming that if the Democrats come in power, start holding them accountable for stuff, you'll still be supporting them. Makes sense. Only President Trump is winning. Healthcare is about to be disastrous with Dr. Oz at the helm. Remember I said that, Tim, when the news breaks. Yeah. So that's how the winning is. MAGA's not actually winning. They're actually rooting for Trump, and that's where it's coming from. Going back to the box, we'll go to unapologetic. Tap the screen. Just no love at all today. Help people out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals, if you will. We'll go back to, what was it, unapologetic, I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Finally, you got a part of it right. Unapologetic. Good evening.
What's up, Tim? How you doing?
I'm doing good. What am I getting wrong today? I always like to know that.
You know, you've always liked that devil advocate shit, so you get a lot wrong every day purposely.
Okay, well, I need you to help. I need you to cue me in on what that is. And before you do, Gen X says, you genius liberals want to try something new and live in a so-called socialist nation, then move. So let me ask you right off the bat, unapologetic. Does a candidate running as a socialist or communist disqualify you from voting for them?
I mean, no.
So you would potentially vote for a socialist or a communist?
Yeah, Republicans have their socialists and communists too, right? Wasn't Elon supposed to be their socialist? He's supposed to go find all that fraud, find the wasteful money, and then send checks to people.
Yeah, but Elon didn't run as a politician. You weren't voting for Elon.
No, I mean, that's what Trump appointed him for. That's why he made a whole department. These are the people that say they want smaller government, but then Trump comes in and creates a whole fucking new department that says that they're going to go out the waste, and then they're going to get that money back to the people. Remember? Yeah. Just like with his terrorists, just like with all these companies that's supposed to be coming back to America. He lied to y'all last. Like,
well, yeah, I mean,
if like I told you the first time I met you, it was like January 6th, a couple of days out of January 6th. And I said, this motherfucker's an illusionist, he's a magician, and he has rabid dogs running around him. He's good at that. I give Trump that. He know how to trigger rabid dogs.
Well, that is your president. I don't know. I mean, you don't believe that some of this stuff, defund the police, open the borders, get rid of ICE, get rid of prisons. You don't think some of this stuff is radical?
Well, nobody said that. So when you pump lies into people, like if I'm running for governor and I say that I think we need to allocate police funds. Oh, he's trying to defund. I didn't say shit about defund. I said we need to allocate. We need to stop wasting money on tanks because we don't need 6 tanks in our town. And we don't even have problems like that. What we need is better resources and programs so the recidivism rate can lower.
What about
and people say, oh, you just want to let people out. Technically, if you don't do like a major crime, yes, you're supposed to be. That's what jail is. It's supposed to be a rehabilitation for most people.
But what about like this woman here? I want you to hear this.
Your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
What if she was a candidate? Would that disqualify you from voting for her?
Yeah, that's gonna disqualify damn near 98% of everybody. Like that even Democrats are. Again, we have far left people who think of this utopia in America, unimaginable utopia. But I don't even know who she is. She's not even.
She is the co-chair. She's the co-chair of the National DSA. This is this social Democrat socialist organization. I mean, it's big.
Yeah.
It's almost like a little mini DNC Democrat. Now it's like a mini DNC group, kind of like the Heritage Foundation, where the right.
Yeah, these are the people on the left that I said. We always talk about how the left, we have so many factions on the left, and that's why Democrats, it's hard for them to get elected, whereas the right, you can go up there and say, I hate trans, I hate immigrants, and you get a vote. It's easy to be a Republican.
It is easy.
Whereas a Democrat, it's so many factions. Like, think about like her. She knows she's not going to win, so who is she going to vote for that's as close to her views? And it's damn near no Democrat, and they always sit out on these elections, and that's how Trump won this time.
Yeah, well, she's kind of, and I see in the comments somebody says, is she running for office? No, but she is the left-wing version of the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation and people like Charlie Kirk with Turning Point USA, they were not running for office, but they were promoting far-right shit. Certainly Project 2025 is about as far right as Taliban type shit. And she is the opposing version of that. She is about as far left as the Heritage Foundation is far right. But the Heritage Foundation did not stop Trump from getting elected. And Trump was at the Heritage Foundation raising money and shit.
Yeah, but again, it's like, with socialism and communism, if you listen to somebody who's people like her, if you notice, they always say this is their long-term goal, because it's not like they want to switch the country into socialism or communism in, 2 terms. They're talking about 30, 40, 50-year plans they have for the country to basically, so we don't have to worry about healthcare, universal education, things like that. That's where their utopia ends, which is not a bad thing. Like, universal healthcare and education, I don't know why government doesn't want a healthy society to be a productive society.
Because the people that make the most money out of society don't believe they'll be making. It's about money. That's all. It's a fall of the money deal.
And that's why, I always say it, both sides take that money from big pharmaceuticals, from rehabilitation, all that, jails, everything. So we understand that. But for anybody to blatantly act like because a lot of people do that. They don't have any more talking points about the Republican Party, because the Republican Party is just shit. Like, they don't have any legislation. If you think about it, Trump passed one piece of legislation last term that was tax cuts.
He's leading. Yeah, I mean, he's governing by executive order. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he don't really need to fight with Congress if Congress is just going to stand by and say do whatever you want. So we pretty much just kind of left it up to one man. We can say whether or not you want to call him a king or a dictator or whatever, but the fact is that's kind of what we've got. I mean, one man is leading this country. I mean, there's really nobody else making laws. He's doing it by himself. Congress is not even involved in it.
Well, it's not, to me, I really don't give a shit that all those lackeys are just kissing his ass and doing what he say. Because I told you when I first met you, these are rabid dogs that's coming in next. You know what I mean? Because he had people that opposed him last time. Barr, he had people to tell him, like, no, we didn't find anything. No, we're not doing that. No, I'm going to officiate this. I'm going to, he hated what his vice president did, called him cowardice. Mad when the Supreme Court didn't go with any of his cases. And I told you, I was like, his next group that's coming up is going to be the Heritage Foundation, and these people do not care. Like, they're not, they're his rabid dogs. That's what I'm telling you. He opened up the gate, just like his supporters. They haven't got anything out of him winning. They don't need, even immigration.
Why are they so happy then? Every show I get viewers that still say Trump is the best president we've ever had. What is leading them to suggest that if you're claiming they've gotten nothing out of Trump?
No, they don't like Democrats. They don't like black people. They don't like brown people. They don't like most Asian. They don't like people. Again, I told you not to bring it like that, but America has come to another boiling point where race does matter.
You think MAGA don't like black and brown people?
I'm not saying MAGA. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we have people in high positions in our government who targets black communities specifically, like the Heritage Foundation, Blanche, Trump. When Trump has the opportunity that he's around, Trump is like that dude that just wants to fit in. If a black church invites him, he gonna show his ass out. You know, if a racist group calls him there, he's gonna show up there. Trump just want to be seen, and he noticed that now in America there is a harsh, deep faction of racism within our administration, and he put more in.
So you believe Trump has actually exacerbated racism? You think it's made it worse?
I mean, when you come in and you use DEI and things like affirmative action, and you see your administration doesn't want to admit, but you see that it targeted black women, it targeted black neighborhoods, it targeted black material in the Smithsonian, black material that kids learn in school. You're telling every damn state that they want to pass legislation and policies to not make white kids cry about slavery. Like, what else do you, like his first term, you know, we could have just go off of pretty much how racist he was in his past. But this term, oh, come on. You can't tell me he's not cracking the whip at the black community. I don't care what anybody said. Purpose.
Is there anything that can sell you on Trump? What can he do to make you have a more positive opinion of him?
I would say drop out, but then we're gonna have fucking fans up there. Nobody want his ass up there. But
I gotta disagree with you. I actually think when it comes to pointing out extreme candidates, I don't think J.D. Vance would be as extreme as Trump. I don't think nobody would. Out of all of the 9 candidates that ran, from Nikki Haley to Chris Christie to Vivek Ramaswamy, I don't think none of them. I don't think we would have been at war if any of them. I don't think any of them would have made $2 billion in a single year. I don't think any of them would be like with ICE and all. Maybe DeSantis is a bit extreme in some areas with immigration, but for the most part, I don't think any of them would be as far to the right as Trump is.
I think they, all of them would have. Simply because Trump is not running the country right now. The Heritage Foundation is running the country. If people don't know, I remember when me and you were talking and I said that if people don't look up Project 2025 and compare it to Agenda 47, then we're going to be having these conversations like we're having right now, where a Heritage Foundation has passed over 50% of what they wanted, and now they're adding to that list. And we're being ignorant and just thinking that this shit is not okay, people. Like, this man has been held liable for sexually assaulting a woman. This is our president. That's why I tell people I don't give a shit if the Democrats run R. Kelly. I'm still voting Democrat. You can't tell me you can't tell me shit about the Democrat Party anymore. You can't. No, Tim. Every day I hear Democrats this, Democrats that. I don't give a shit what the Democrats do anymore. I don't care about no dark money. I don't care. We just need Democrats. At least Democrats leave people the fuck alone. At least Democrats, when they say they're going to give you handouts, so you fucking get your handouts. At least they leave Social Care alone. They leave Social Security alone. They leave the education system alone. I'm not saying that the education is better under Democrats, but it is. And the economy is better under Democrats, but it usually is. But again, at least Democrats don't mess with your damn lifestyle. Trans don't have to worry about damn bathroom, creepy ass good old boys at the bathroom. We don't have to worry about chud builders blowing up on the internet. Y'all think that's a coincidence that a bunch of white T-boys think it's okay now to just go out and antagonize black communities? It only happens on the Republican people like Trump and the Heritage Foundation. Y'all think that's a coincidence?
Strong statement. You're not the first I've heard to suggest that out and out racism has increased significantly under Trump. But I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it has become, acceptable. I mean, because at the end of the day, I always make the same statement. Unity starts at the top. And we can talk about Democrats trying to attack Trump or what Democrats have said about Trump. Trump is not seeking unity. The only difference is the right is defending it by saying, well, y'all fucked with him first, so he should be able to get revenge. I'm just simply saying we're never going to unite if we literally have division coming out of the White House. If you want to give him an excuse for for why division is okay, we can have that discussion. But as long as he is being divisive, yeah, this country is going to deteriorate in the manner you're suggesting.
We have a problem in America with the mental health, and we that's why I think we should have universal health care, because we have a mental health problem. We have a lack of education problem. We have adults who, and again, I don't want to talk about people, but most people on this app don't even remember, and they wasn't even paying for rent and having a job during the Obama days. You know, like you. I know you were working when Obama was in office. You know,
working when Clinton was in office.
That, again, and a lot of times we're on this app, we're talking to people who haven't even lived through that. So having Trump and the Republican Party, if you notice, they have to repackage themselves every decade. You know, Tea Party, the tall hats, they got to keep repackaging the bullshit, because they have to keep targeting the same community of uneducated and bitter Americans who lack the sense of politics. They, like most people who vote right now in the Republic, they don't care about politics, Tim. They say that they vote Republicans because they don't want any. I'm a hard worker, and then Trump say, well, I'm putting more hours on. Yeah, I could work those hours and forget raising my family and forget, I want to pay for my own health care. You got people who literally saying that I'll be a fucking robot. I don't want anything for my vote.
That's capitalism. That's capitalism.
Tim, when you get on these, I hear you talking to these people and they be like, I don't want shit from. So what are you voting for? We forgot that these motherfuckers in office, they work for us. They supposed to do what the fuck. We supposed to have better health care, better work conditions, better wages. And the Republican Party is like, I'm good with $7.25. You just some spoiled ass. Y'all just want handouts. Like, what the No, we were telling them as a black man, I'm really not a Democrat. I'm an independent. You call me a centrist, but even I care that Republican states like West Virginia, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, Wyoming, we can name them all. You guys got the shittiest fucking trailer park projects in the world, and we care about y'all. And then you come and spit in our face and say, I'm gonna vote for the red. Okay, go ahead. Vote until you red, until your teeth dead, and you don't got no health care. Go ahead. We don't care anymore. Shit.
I'll leave it at that, unapologetic. You lived up to your name as always. All
right, man.
Vote until you're red and your teeth dead. Unapologetic, thank you.
All
right, good talk. In the comments, what does that say? Fuck the Lord, for Lord means, okay, I know what that. All conservatives need to repent before God judges you for the final time. I beg you to repent. Well, aren't the conservatives the ones that are mainly where your God-fearing crowd is? Isn't that where they normally located at? All right, go figure. As soon as Trump became president, white national racists thought it's open season on all people of color. Mass shootings happened under Trump. I'm assuming there were plenty of them happening under Biden as well. I don't know. Did mass casualty events go up when Trump got elected? I don't know. I wouldn't blame that on Trump. I have health care because I pay for mine, says Gen X. Now that's one I don't like. I don't like the lack of empathy. And that does seem to be something that is far more prevalent on the right. I guess I refer to the Republican Party as the don't ask me for shit party. Look, if you fall flat on your face, either you figure out how to get up or you die laying there. I mean, don't ask me for shit. If you got fired or you can't find a job, hey, I got one. I figured it out. You go figure it out as well. And you often hear them saying that I don't vote Democrat because Democrats want to give out free shit. So what is the opposite of giving out free shit? Giving out nothing? I mean, that's the opposite of free shit is, well, vote for us. We give you nothing. I don't know how that's a benefit. If things go wrong, are you saying that, if things go wrong, well, if you vote Republican and things go wrong, you can depend on us to do nothing to help you get back on your feet? I don't know, but that's what they often say, is that the Democrat Party is the party to give you free shit. I see your comment there. Handsome conservative says Clapper was down. I think it's back up. Tap the screen. Help your boy with the hat, mustache, tick-tock cap goals, if you will. What does this say? Bring up Mike at Maga React so he can pay that man. I don't think either one of them are in the box. Shit, this has been a slow program. Looking in the comments, you Trump backers are so stupid. You wonder why he said he loves the poorly educated. He won with the poorly educated. Yeah, there is some of that. There is absolutely some of that. The conservative project of the past 50 years is a demonic project to lead people away from the light. I beg you to see the truth. What do you mean by lead them away from the light? Don't get that one at all. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will. And in the comments, what does that say? I saw that already. I don't know if TikTok is playing games with it or what. Something's happening with the program today. Maybe it's a terrible topic. I don't know. Something of the sorts. So should we have voted for Kamala and had what's going on in Spain emptying their prisons into our country? Ronald Barham. If Kamala Harris was going to let what happened in Spain happen to America, no, you should not have voted for her. But you've got to first come to the conclusion that that is what was going to happen, and that's not based on anything of accuracy. I mean, this sounds just like, you know, if you vote Obama in, it's going to turn us into socialist Greece. I mean, people come up with disaster scenarios of what's going to happen if you vote somebody in. I don't think Kamala Harris is going to do that. I'll even go further and tell it to you this way. I'm talking to my MAGA side of the audience. If I had to describe to you what America's going to be like, and I gave you the scenario of what's going on in this country right now under Trump, I'm talking to MAGA in 2023 or 2024, and I tell them, if you vote for Trump, the price of fuel is going to be up in 2 years. The price of groceries and all this other shit is going to actually increase. We're going to be in war in the Middle East with no end in sight. You guys would have said we're fear-mongering. You would have said we're just making up this. No, Trump's going to go in there and he said he's going to get my rent prices cut in half. He's going to cut grocery prices on day one. He's already promised to end wars in 24 hours. You guys would have said we're fear-mongering. Fact is, where we are right now in this country, despite MAGA saying that it's not too bad, if you had told MAGA where this country would be right now 2-3 years ago, this would be a failure to them. What we're dealing with right now would be a failure to MAGA in 2023 or 2024. 2026, MAGA has changed what they view as success to come down to where Trump is at. But there is absolutely no one in MAGA that predicted right now this country would be doing as bad as it's doing after almost half of Trump's term. When he promised he would be doing shit really quick overnight, nobody thought it would be this bad. And considering how much control the Republicans have, you can't really blame the Democrats. Because it ain't like the Democrats are shooting down and preventing Trump from doing what he's doing. He's doing it all by executive order. So you're literally getting the country that Trump wants you to have. And it's a disaster compared to what you expected 2 or 3 years ago. It's just that you favor Trump and you've actually reduced your expectations to fit him into the window of success. You know, it's like you want to show somebody your 1-year-old can now walk. So you put a bottle on the ground and you're telling the kid to come walk to it because you don't told them, I saw him take 30 steps. So you put the bottle 10, 15 feet away from the kid. The kid is barely able to do 2 or 3 steps. But to make it look like a success, you move the bottle closer to the kid so that now your friends think, well, he showed me. No, the kid didn't do what you said it could do. And that's where Trump is. Trump is failing in the eyes of MAGA. If you had to listen to what MAGA stated that Trump was going to do, and they absolutely believed him what he said he was going to do at the rallies, he's failed on almost all of that. That's why you got the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson and some of them coming forward and saying, this dude ain't delivering. This guy's not. But MAGA is holding on because for MAGA, the definition of delivery has changed to fit what's going on right now. Trump could start another war and they would still say he's doing successful. But the guy promised to end all wars. In the comments, if universal health care happens, all MAGA is going to be on it like Obamacare. MAGA is largely the majority of policyholders. I actually believe that. Yeah, I mean, healthcare is unaffordable for most Americans in this country. If you're not making six figures, healthcare is a hefty expense, particularly if you have an injury. It's a hefty expense. You need to be making a fairly decent income for healthcare to not be a concern, because most of us get it through our employers, and there's no guarantee that when they renew the contract they have with your healthcare provider, that it may not get worse. That's what always happens. Every new contract, every few years, your premiums go up, your coverage go down. That's what most employers are doing. So it's getting worse and worse each time. Your contribution to it is going up. Your employer's contribution to it is going down. And what is covered is also going down. It's getting worse and worse. You look at healthcare for Americans 10 years ago, it was better than it is now. You go back 10 years back into the 90s. When I worked for AT&T as an engineer in the 90s, we didn't pay anything towards it. They gave us healthcare as an employee. You went to the doctor. It may have been a copay or two, but nothing came out of our salary to pay. Now it's hundreds of dollars come out of your salary every paycheck. Going back to the box, we'll go to Travelman. Good evening, Travelman. Welcome to the program. And folks keep saying, let's keep doing it this way. That's why socialism is catching on, is that the opposition is saying socialism is bad. Let's keep doing what we're doing now. And people are like, fuck that. Travelman, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all. Not much at all.
I just came home and did my gifting to you and everything, and I caught a little bit of unapologetic when he was speaking, and that's pretty much all I got. What's your topic for today?
Well, we're talking about radical candidates. I'm asking, which side has the most radical candidates? You got socialists and shit coming from the left, but you do have some of Trump policies and folks supporting Trump on the right. Which side is operating as the most radical regime nowadays?
So you're saying that the Democratic Socialists are the better radicals?
Have you not heard the DSA tape I've been playing or a clip I've been playing?
You mean that lady that was on Fox News?
Yeah.
Man, you know what? That is, I'm assuming that's an intelligent lady. How can you be so damn stupid to get up there and say shit?
On Fox, of all places.
Of all places, you're going to get up on Fox News and you're going to let them talk you into saying some stupid shit like that.
Yeah.
You know, even though MAGA has absolutely no idea, number one, what socialism is, and number two, what a democratic socialist is. They have no idea. It's all the same to them. You know, they've been the communism / socialism trope is the same one they use, similar to when a Democrat get elected and they coming for your guns.
Yeah.
And every year a Democrat gets elected. Every time a Democrat gets elected president, the gun manufacturers make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right?
That is true. I mean,
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you can kind of know, like, some industries benefit depending on who get elected. Like you mentioned, guns. You know, the if a Democrat gets elected, the Republicans have convinced everybody that they're coming to take your guns. So people go out and rush. Like when Obama got elected, people were paying 2 and 3 times the cost for an AR. 2 and 3 times the cost for it because they thought Obama was going to take them away. Just like when the Republicans get elected, if you invest in the penal system, if you invest in the prison system, that's the time to do it because you expect the Republicans to increase in the incarceration rate. I mean, so you kind of know what they're going to do to some degree based on what they run on.
So are you saying that the Democratic Socialists of America, that they want the government to take over different business sectors.
Well, this woman is the co-chair of that movement, and she said that.
See, you know what? I just sat her to the side. I haven't listened to a lot of the Democratic Socialists or whatever, but I did go out and take a look at what they believe and things of that nature. And I think that she's like really out to the party level, right? I don't even think she's mainstream DSA, to be honest with you. Because she did more damage to the DSA from that one interview than anything that I've seen or heard.
Yeah.
And it just gave MAGA and some moderate Republicans a lot to go on, even though.
But here's what I gotta ask. Why is it that when you get a kook, and that to me is what she sounds like, a crazy person on the left that says shit like this, why does this get all this attention? But when you get folks on the right that says a mom that terminates her kid should be put to death or women shouldn't have the right to vote, there are plenty of folks on the right that says crazy shit like that. And some of them are actually already in politics. This woman does not hold a national office. There are plenty of folks on the right that actually hold office. And they don't get anywhere near the attention that crazy people like this on the left do. Why is that?
Because the Republicans stay on point. They stay on point. Remember when what was that Trump was talking about? And next thing you know, they were talking about Olive Garden. You remember that?
Yeah, you got to show an ID.
Yeah. Trump said something about it, and then next thing you know, within a couple hours, every Republican that came on TV was talking about that, and they got so bad it went all the way down to the Olive Garden. That's how they stay on point. You could ask a Republican in Snatchback, Mississippi, something, and you'll get the same reply from him and from a guy up in Camelback, Maine. You get the same reply because they read from the same stuff and they stay on point with it. At one point, I thought that we were actually starting to see the development of a third party because they're winning elections, they're putting up people that is outside the norm of what the normal thinking is, okay? And they were making progress. And then you got this knucklehead get up on Fox News. They took 5 steps forward, and she got on Fox News, and they took 10 steps back.
She took a lot of steps back for the Democrat Party because Mamdani with the title socialism to him, or even Bernie Sanders before Mamdani, they never said crazy shit like this. This is the stuff she is saying is what the right was saying about socialism before Bernie Sanders and Mamdani came to power. Now, what she is doing almost sounds like if you don't like socialism and you think socialism is going to destroy America, but you think these candidates are lying about what their real intentions are, what she was doing is what you would almost call saying the quiet part out loud, where people would say that Bernie Sanders and Mamdani is not telling you what they really want to do to our country. This woman is actually saying the whole thing and saying it out now. She sounds like a socialist that's saying the quiet part out loud, which is what's hurting them.
Yeah, but then I guess the Republicans didn't tell us what they were going to do either. They didn't tell us they were going to let the corporations run the company. Right now, we got corporatocracy going on right now.
Yeah.
Because the major corporations are running everything. When they go overseas, who do they take overseas? They take the tech bro. Right?
Well, yeah, but the difference is and this is where my MAGA side is going to disagree with me, but I think that the Democrats are voting to some degree. I think the Democrats are voting for the people and the policies. MAGA is voting for Trump. It doesn't matter what people benefit. It doesn't matter what the policy is, or if Trump changes the policy tomorrow to something else. They are voting solely for Trump.
Yeah, right, 100%. 100%. And they don't realize that you know, some of the stuff that he's been doing, I mean, isn't that like a form of socialism when the U.S. government buys into corporations and then tells them, you know, how they want them to do things? Isn't that a form of socialism? Isn't that what he did with NVIDIA and Nippon Steel and some of the other corporations that they bought into? I mean, and looking to buy into even more, talking about we take over the Strait of Hormuz and charge a fee to go through it. Everything that the U.S. government does right now under Trump is a pay as you go. You know, when you really think about it. I mean, and so what is so extreme? Take this crazy ass lady, set her to the side, okay? But when you look at what they talk about, which is what
I think my caller got a call. All right, we'll go ahead and move it on. They're like Cowboy fans when it comes to the Cowboys. Really dedicated, huh? No, I really do believe that, though. I do believe Trump voters voted for Trump. And when I say Trump voters voted for Trump, it's because Trump has made some significant direction changes on things that MAGA really, really wanted, like the Epstein files. They really, really wanted to get to the bottom of that. Trump took a complete 180 on that and actually became a staunch defender of keeping the Epstein files private. And MAGA really didn't have a problem with it to any significant degree. The same thing with No New Wars. Trump not only went away from the No New Wars claim to labeling the Secretary of Defense, the Department of War, or the Department of Defense, changing it to the Department of War, and literally just attacking people constantly. He's only been president for a little bit less than 2 years, and we've had conflicts in over half a dozen countries. I mean, we can talk about Iran, we can talk about Syria, Nigeria, we can talk about Venezuela. He's threatened places like Greenland, he's threatened Colombia, he's threatened Panama, he's threatened Canada, he's threatening Cuba. He literally changed it to the Department of War, and that's all that we've really been dealing with, is him threatening countries internationally and things like that, and not really boasting about a lot that's benefiting the American population. So yeah, the MAGA side of the aisle really changed their stance on Trump because, like I said, I believe they voted for Trump. So it really doesn't matter what he does because I voted for him. I didn't vote for what he is actually going to do. So as long as he's in there, I'm winning because that's what I voted for. I voted for him to win, and he won. So in the comments, real quick, and to answer your questions right now, the Democrats are very dangerous with this socialism. Says dangerous in what way? How are they dangerous? I don't know if they're dangerous. You'd have to explain to me what do you mean by they're dangerous, because make no mistake about it, a lot of people are dying under capitalism as well. You think getting rid of universal health care is not killing people? You think that's better for the health of Americans? Getting rid of universal health care has been deadly. That's deadly for a lot of Americans. Here's what I don't understand. How can you think socialism would ever work in America? Because it's not to the levels of like what this woman just said. The average Democrat is not talking about getting rid of the police, getting rid of the Pentagon, getting rid of the Supreme Court and all this other shit that she said. The average Democrat is talking about a few social programs that helps out the downtrodden. That's it. I mean, all of the other stuff is things that the average Democrat never wanted, never intended. This woman here is well left of the average Democrat, even the ones that are promoting socialism. She's well left of that. So she's certainly an extremist. To me, she would be the right-wing version of saying, all y'all need to go back to Africa. She's like that. And there are people on the right that say that. Send them back to Africa. She's like that. In the comments, America has never had universal health care. No, they have not. No, they have not. But the problem is the health care we have has degraded so much that people are calling for like, if I go back to my father's days, working for Illinois Bell, they just when you got the job, they gave you a health care card. You went to the doctor, you showed them you had insurance, doctor did whatever they had to do, and you left. There were no copays. There were no deductibles. You didn't receive bills in the mail. They didn't take anything extra out your check for it. Nothing. Healthcare was just another part of the job. It was just like you get 2 breaks and a lunch. You also get healthcare. That's how it used to be. Nobody was crying out about socialism back then because it was the capitalistic system was working back then. The problem is in our capitalistic system, we've let the upper class capitalize, and that's what you do in a capitalistic system. You capitalize off opportunities. We've let them capitalize off the downtrodden to the point where there's very little more to squeeze out of them. Now, unlike my father's generation, where you just went to the doctor and showed them a card, you go to the doctor now, you have to pay a certain amount out of every paycheck you get toward that health care. And then when you go to the doctor, you may have a copay. And then when you get home, there may be bills that follow you home from that visit. And in addition to that, your coverage is less than what my dad's generation would have got. So you're paying a significant amount more to get significantly less from your coverage. And every single time they renegotiate a contract with your healthcare provider, your employer does, it keeps dropping. It just keeps on dropping. I mean, to the point where if you're working at a job that's only paying $40,000, $50,000 a year, you cannot afford to get sick. If that salary you're making is barely allowing you to pay rent, food, maybe, have a car or whatever, you don't have any money left for deductibles and all of the copays and all that shit on the side. You can't afford to get sick because the cost is too much. That's what's leading people to ask for socialism. It's not that capitalism there's nothing wrong with capitalism. You can let capitalism go too far. It's went too far. So there you go. And if we don't change that, the outcry towards socialism is only going to continue to get stronger. I submit this to you with absolute certainty. Trump is not trying to make the system we have better in that area. He's doing nothing to improve healthcare to any significant degree at all. So he's for the status quo. So if you like the current system you have, then he's good with you. If you don't, you want to get rid of him. The system works if you're making, $150K or more. It's not that bad. But considering the average American doesn't make $150K, there you go. Looking in the comments, why should I pay for my child on insurance why should I pay for my child on my insurance when her is 18 and as an adult? Maybe because you love your child? You're saying why should you pay? Because I think it's up to 26. So why should you have to pay for your child to be on your insurance after they're an adult? Damn, that is what I've heard people say, why should I have to pay for other people's kids? But to say that about your own child, God damn, you guys really don't give a fuck about kids, do you? God, maybe because you love your kid. God. Fuck. Oh my God! Why should I have to keep insurance? Because you love the fucking kid. Jesus Christ! I wish your kid was on here to see that. It's okay. Socialism is always voted in, but it always gets removed by what? Somebody said it's okay. Socialism is always voted in, but it always gets removed by a gun all throughout history. Well, I'll submit this to you. We're one of the most capitalist countries on earth, and that's where all the guns are being used. The countries you guys claim that are socialist, Norway and Finland and all this shit, people ain't getting shot up like they are. You want to talk about, what did they used to call it, going postal? When you came back to the job site and you blasted that's some American shit. No, wait, so it ain't got nothing to do with socialism. Capitalism is what's leading people to get blasted. That's who's doing all the blasting is the capitalist. It's the socialist. We go back to the box. You got that one backwards. I'm still laughing at why does my child have to be on my insurance if they over 18? That's cold. That's cold. Gangsta grandma.
Well, that's typical white trash right there.
Hey, that's cold.
They don't even give a damn
Jackson,
about their
thank you.
kids.
Yeah, that's one of the cold. That's cold. I ain't seen too many statements that cold to say that about your own kid.
They say that about everybody. What are you talking about? They don't give a damn about kids. The only time they give a damn about it is when we're having a baby. And the only reason why they do is because they want to force birth people.
How about this though, Gangsta Grandma? In the comments, one of my viewers said to say that about your own child is correct because your child needs to figure out how to live life when you're not there. That's your job as a parent. So once your kid turns 18, it should be fine. You shouldn't have them on your insurance past 18 because they need to figure out how to learn how to be prepared for life when you're not there.
They're dumb. What the? I told you that the spoiled milk biscuits are fucking insane. The spoiled milk biscuits are lot. That's why he's won.
At 18.
You got idiots like that.
At 18.
The spoiled milk biscuits. That's why their kids are cray-cray and they're peeing up schools and shit. Look what they got. Look at what they live. Dude, ugh. I feel bad for the white tea kids for real. I really do.
Well, but see,
I had my kids on my medical.
This is what I just stated. This is what I just stated earlier, where I said the Republican Party comes across as a "don't ask me for shit" party. If you fall on your face, you need to stay down there until you can figure out how to get up, or you just die. I mean, his comment is almost in line with that. Alter ego, you in that shit.
Well, I mean, that is what it is. That's what they do. And then you have the far right, the far left telling, "Oh, we're not going to have the po-pos no more." I mean, I wish we couldn't have the police, but we have to have the police. We have to have the cops.
Why would you? Yeah, exactly. So you agree this woman is crazy then, right?
She crazy, right along with the damn, whatchamacallit, the right. Like you can't get rid of ICE and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is that an actual song that you can actually download on YouTube? La fuck my pussy. What is that? What is that? That is hilarious, but is that a real song? And in the comments, Jay Sid says Trump is now selling previews of his own tweets to traders. I heard about that. We talked about that.
He is the most corrupt individual we had. And they don't see it because they don't care. He is screwing the American people over left and right. Know what? Next year, the elders ain't gonna have help on their prescriptions. How crazy is that? How crazy is that?
What is it about Trump that if he can sell his own tweets ahead of time to traders, which obviously is corrupt. There's no other reason you would pay money to get his tweets ahead of time other than you gonna profit. Why do you think MAGA's not outcrying about it? I mean, that's obviously corrupt.
Because look what his base is. Look at his base and how uneducated they are. The uneducated white tea people voted for him. The uneducated black and brown folks voted for him. Our schools and stuff put these people out here. It's insane. You know what I mean?
But what about maybe we're not getting it right? Because in the comments, Live Your Truth said Obama, Bush, and the Clintons and Biden did something similar to selling their tweets ahead of time. He's saying he said they just did it differently.
Oh my God. They always got to blame a Democrat. When this motherfucker does something, oh, Biden did it. Oh my God, Obama. Oh, he did it. I mean, come on, it's bullshit. Like he just, what, this past year he just made $2 billion? So what are they talking about? You can't blame the Democrats for everything, Pookies and Ray Rays and your Uncle fucking Fuds. You can't. You uneducated biscuit. You guys got played at empty ass without lube, dude.
Well,
he's taking your food stamps away. He's taking your grandma's Part D away. He don't give a damn about your people in the retirement homes and the nursing homes. He's stripping that shit away. Do you really think he gives a damn about you? And if you think he's only hurting the blues, sweetheart, he's hurting the red states the worst.
Well, I'm still getting comments that he's the best president we've ever had.
I mean, that's how dumb these people are.
What are you saying? Are you trying to say that all MAGA are? Are you trying to say that all MAGA are dumb?
Hallelujah. Walk like a duck, you talk like a damn duck.
That's not
you
true.
Quack like a damn duck. They are Tim. Shut up, Tim. I know you like to fool.
No,
you like to cock down your
all
nose.
MAGA are not dumb. I'll repeat that.
It's the truth. They are that dumb. When he tells you the first time he goes around. When he tells you the first time he was in office, he wants to take everything from you, and he wants to leave the poor and the poor. You have to know he was telling the truth. And then the second time around, we're gonna do the files and all that. I mean, he milked them. They let them sucker up and every damn thing else. Let me tell you, he fed you guys a damn wet dream, and the wet dream is not a wet dream. He's effing you guys without lubing your own damn asses, and your uncle's asses, and your little boy's asses, and every little ass he can find with your unbred looking ass. He's screwing your whole family over, and you guys are like, oh, he's still good. What is he good at?
Well, you may have an ally. Gen X says, I'm reading some info on that Trump API, and that sounds a lot like insider trading. Wow, yeah, to me, it should have been obvious. Why would anybody sell their post ahead of time? There's only one reason anybody would pay money, and Trump is asking for a lot of money to get access to that. So the only way you're going to spend that kind of money is just got to be something advantageous for you to do it.
He's a billionaire. He's so hard up. He's making all this money. And then all the little maggots, oh, yes, massa, yes, massa. You know what I mean? And he's screwing them. They're the ones that's going to get hurt the worst. Of all the shit, the big, beautiful bill, the red states are going to get hurt the most.
Well, they must don't believe it. But it's not due to kick in until after the midterm. So that'll be in January of next year when all of those healthcare subsidies and stuff go away. So I guess we'll.
All this, and you know what, Tim? They thought, oh my God, screw the libs, and all this shit, screw the libs. They're screwing the damn selves. Because the blue states are the donor states. We can live without it. You red states, you guys screwed yourselves.
Well, I don't know if any state can live without it. I mean, it's going to hurt all 50 states.
The blue states give to the red states to fix that.
Yeah.
So we can live without it.
But they're not going to let you stop giving, though.
If we cut this shit out and we take care of our own damn people on our state, hey, let the red states fend this for themselves. You guys voted for this shit. Maybe a little lesson will get learned that you don't believe a con man and listen to black women when they told you, motherfucker, that he wasn't giving two F's about you guys.
Well, they think Kamala Harris is going to destroy this great nation.
Huh?
They believe Kamala Harris is going to destroy the country, so they didn't have a choice.
Because she's a black woman and she's an educated woman. That's the only reason why. All behind all this shit. All this is behind hatred and racism, and she's a woman. And I guarantee you, all this shit's gonna come to an end. I promise you. And ugh.
Come to an end in what way? What manner?
Watch, the blues coming. The blues coming. We're gonna do the biggest tsunami ever. The biggest tsunami ever. We're gonna get it.
I had Ronald in the comments asking, so should we have voted for Kamala Harris and what's going on in Spain? You see them.
Oh my God, shut up, man. That's all you guys got is fear mongering. Oh my God, what's happening in Spain? Get over yourselves. You guys want to fear monger everything. And look what's happening now. Look what the hell is happening now.
Well, the border is.
Well, booming. A country that did not ask for the shit. If they would have kept the shit together, we wouldn't be over here booming shit. The people's more worried about booming. You know what I mean? We can't feed our poor people, but we can unalive kids and shit. Do you know that they threw a 2,000-pound bomb
I heard
on a
about that on the
residential
family.
and unalived a 2-year-old and the whole family?
Yeah, I heard about it.
What kind of crap is that? But you know the little unflavored biscuits, the dried out biscuits. Oh yes, he's trying to save us. Get over it, man.
I got a strong opinion for you. Listen to this one. This is Handsome Conservative. He says, I'm not for people dying, but I bet a lot less people died in Iran so far than women getting pregnancy termination. So he's saying that you can talk about Iran all you want, but the Democrats are allowing women to terminate the lives of the unborn. So that the Democrats are the real killers.
Okay. What? We have autonomy of our own body. What law has a man's body ever got told that we tell you to go get a vasectomy and shit? No, you guys want to control women. You guys want to put us back in the 50s and the 40s. We had no damn rights, or we couldn't even go vote. You guys are even trying to strip that shit from us. Get your ugly, screwball, looking, four-headed ass out. And go back to Europe where you motherfuckers came from. And go control those fucking women. Don't come into a black and brown country and tell us what we could do with our own damn bodies when it's not even your damn body. Nobody wants your interbred looking kids. That's why you guys want us to have kids so bad, because nobody wants your interbred, uncooked looking asses. Nobody wants to F you guys. Nobody wants your damn kids because you guys are psychos. You guys are interbred today. You guys don't even know who your mama and your papi is. It could be your uncle.
Well, oh my God. Well, I got a more stronger statement. He says, no, we put the babies in you. We just want to make sure
we don't want to put nothing in us that's uncooked, unflavored, and nothing. Even your own white tea women that, oh, by the way, that has the most ABs that are married.
Yeah, but what about his point, though? Yes, that is Gangster Grandma.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Unflavored protein gonna talk to me. I'm gonna die. I need to go get drunk too. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing
Hold on, he's talking to you.
Was that less people have died in Iran, which is terrible. It's terrible that anybody's died. But less people have died there than an abortion clinic.
Well, that's what you uncooked, flavored, mayonnaise-looking twit. Do you realize that your own damn women that unaliving their so-called fetuses? It's your women. Go talk to your women. 56% of ABs are white women that are married. Go talk to them. Don't talk to our black and brown asses. Don't come after our asses. We don't want you.
Hold on, hang on, Gangster.
You call it health care, but there's a body that does not leave that building when you do. It's called a baby.
It's not a baby. It's a zamzoli. It is a fetus. When it starts having a heartbeat, it's a fetus. And guess what? 6 weeks in gestation, it can't live without us. So that's not a baby. It's not a fetus. It's a zola.
Somebody got whacked.
Let me ask you this, okay, so Grandma, in regards to what he had typed in. What about the notion that if a man has impregnated a woman, that man should have some say-so in preventing his baby from being slaughtered?
It's not slaughtered. It's not a baby. It's a zygote. Let's comprehend, okay?
What is a zygote?
A baby cries. A baby is outside the room putting diapers and shit on. That's a baby. A zygote is a zygote. It's a bunch of cells that don't do nothing. That's in our bodies doing nothing. That is a zygote, okay? You can't live without a woman. It's a zygote. And then it becomes a fetus till 24 weeks. After 24 weeks, they could give an emergency cesarean to save your baby.
Let me ask, okay, hold on.
24th week, it cannot live out of our
heartbeat, even though
Oh,
they're
who
not
cares?
formed,
Who
that's
cares?
that baby. They're alive.
Who
And
cares?
I'm sorry if you
Like
if
I
it's
said,
not your body,
who
but we're
cares?
the ones carrying it. We're the ones giving it to you. That's
Oh
how it
God,
works.
I would have an AB if a white man got me pregnant, I would run to the clinic.
But what
wait a minute.
okay, what about his point that if a man and woman got together and the man don't build at a couple ultrasounds, and at this point he don't hurt the heartbeat of his child and all
You
of that.
gotta talk to the woman. I'm not all women. If it was me, it's my body, my choice. I don't need to answer to a damn man to tell me what I could do with my body. I'm the one that's gonna carry the damn thing. See, I'm the one that carries the damn thing for 9 months. So who gives a shit? You gotta go talk to your homie and say, are you going to have the baby or not? That's what you guys gotta do. What the fuck?
He said you didn't do it on your own. That man was involved in that also.
What the fuck did I just say? You numb nuts? What did I just say? Go talk to the woman that you fucked. Now, if she doesn't want the kid or whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's actually a zygote. If she don't want it, that's on her. Like, come on. Quit talking about our damn bodies. Like, good God. You know what? You know how sickening men are nowadays? You know how sickening men are and how nasty men are? They want to control our damn bodies. And it's sickening.
You ladies kill every day on a daily basis because of
it's a zygote.
people that are dying in Iraq right now. So don't act like you got some love for life when you're killing it on a daily basis.
Wow.
Okay. You want a cookie? You want a cookie, bitch? I mean, I got, chocolate chip? I got vanilla. What do you want?
But
you over here talking about ABs. There's nothing for you. Quit worrying about women's bodies and go get your fucking woman.
But he raises a point, Gates, to Grandma, about let's say a man and a woman have got together and they've created a child, and that guy don't been to a couple ultrasounds, as I mentioned. He don't hurt. Hold on, can I say something? Hold on.
You said this 3 times.
I haven't. No, I have not. I have. You have not let you ain't let either. You have not let either one of us.
Slow as fucking hell.
You have not.
White boy.
You have not let either. Neither one of us has gotten a completed sentence since we talked to you. You've interrupted each one of us. Everything. You're still doing it. You're still doing it.
Tim, I shut it up.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I get it. Go ahead. I'll do it again. You fucking numb nut. You're like a. You know what? You truly are fucking white because I answered that question. I even told him to go do it.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Go tell your mama to shut the fuck up. Go get swallowed.
Okay, and here comes a little fuck my pussy. Okay, what I was saying is that man don't got attached to that baby he's seeing on the ultrasound in that woman's stomach, the heartbeat and everything. And all of a sudden, the woman has made it clear that she's decided she's going to kill it. You're telling me that's still a zygote, I guess is what you're saying. They can show that the thing is moving in her wound and stuff like that. And he already got attached.
What is your question?
I'm saying, should he have some say-so?
No. It's not his body. Sorry, but it's not.
Is that not
He's
true?
not carrying the damn thing. See, this is what you motherfucking men gotta do. You gotta go and you gotta find a woman that doesn't want it.
You didn't do nothing but spread your legs. He did the work. He put the life in you.
Oh my God. It's her body, her choice, you numbnuts. If she doesn't want it, she don't have to carry it. This is why, right? You go and you vet your women. If you want kids and you want her to be anti-you-know-what, so if she does get prego my ego, then you might have a baby. Don't just go and every single bitch you make and then expect people to have an AB. I mean, you have to have something. Golly, it doesn't take. I have said this 3 times.
The federal government's hands because we're tired of you killing our kids. This is why.
Nobody wants your white kids. Nobody wants your uncooked white kids. Nobody wants them because they go shoot up schools. Who wants that shit?
I mean, look, I'm pro-choice, so I'm probably closer to Gangsta Grandma's opinion on this, but he makes really good points about if it's a father that's in the child's life and wants to be there, and just telling that father, you're still doing it, telling that father
it's our choice. He's not carrying the baby.
That ain't what I'm talking about.
You have the child, and
the child is not a child. It is a zygote and a fetus.
Then we don't have to pay child support.
But you know what's crazy about this shit, though? You know what's so crazy? They sure do want to keep a kid, right? A baby. But they take away food stamps. They take away Medicaid. They take all the help away from women. But yet they want them to have kids. Why do you think the birth rate is really fucking down? In the United States, the birth rate is fucking down.
I stand for children's Medicaid. I stand for food stamps.
No, you don't, because they're cutting it. They're cutting it. Tim, are they not cutting children's Medicaid? Are they not cutting children's Medicaid? Tell him to shut the fuck up.
You're talking over him so much, I'm barely hearing him.
I can hear him. Like I said, they're cutting the children's Medicaid. They're cutting it. They're cutting Medicaid. They're cutting Medicare. They're cutting food stamps.
D'Amos in the comments hearing this conversation says this is the reason a lot of black women are single.
Yep, it is. We don't want kids. The birth rate is down. Now let me tell you, that's telling you something. When the birth rate is going down, the women are tired of the shit. You're taking all the damn things. You're taking food stamps. You're taking everything away. So you expect women to give birth and you guys don't give them help. You guys fucked yourselves. FAFO. The birth rate is going down.
With the father, and that way the father can help support.
Oh my God, the father. Shut the fuck up with the father.
Let the man do his job and provide for the family. How about that? Or is that too complicated for you, hon?
Do you realize that 56% of white people, of white women, are single parents? 56%. You know, there's more white men that don't give two fucks about their kids than black men. Do you realize that black men, 76% of black men are in the homes or they are co-parenting with their baby mamas? Shut your fucking mouth up. So you go talk to your white people about that.
This isn't a thing. This isn't a white and black thing. You need to get
yes, it really is. Our people is taking care of our kids. Your people are not. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Our black men are taking care of our kids. Our little nigglings. Yes. Yes.
Not race.
How is this fucking racist? I'm telling the fact that your white men are.
How do you feel? Let me ask you something, Gangsta. Let me ask you something. If you're talking about women, women should have a choice. How do you feel about child support? What if the dad wants to opt out of being a parent? Should he be allowed to as well?
Go sign your rights away, and then you're a fucking deadbeat bitch. But hey, I go more power to you.
So do you? Okay, wait. You're saying if the guy signs his rights away, he's a deadbeat bitch. What if the woman? Okay, wait a minute. If the woman terminates that child, which is allowing her to avoid her. Oh, okay. Can I see this one up? You did not hear everything I was going to say. You just started talking over. You're talking over. You don't even know what I was about to say.
I know what you're going to say.
Okay, well. Can you at least allow the sentence? You're talking.
Yes, you crybaby white tea ass. Go get you some fucking damn napkins and wipe your white tea tears. Oh no, go get your little bitch that's on the phone right now.
Okay, I don't know if we're having a conversation.
Go ahead, Tim.
It's the same thing. It's racism. white, black. It's the same bullshit.
It's not racism. It's telling facts. How's that racism? That your men are walking out on your women's lives. How is that racism?
The court forces to pay child support. I'm saying,
I don't give a fuck about child support. I don't have it.
Stay with the man that knocked you up, that you spread your
No, I'm
legs
good.
for, and let him take care of the baby the way that he is supposed to, by providing
Because
for
you're a
it
woman.
instead of killing.
Yeah.
But you're too worried
Maybe they
about
don't want
your
to.
choice. Let's start worrying about the baby's body and the baby's choice, because that's the choice that you keep neglecting.
Mm.
It's not the one for the love of God. It's a zygote and it's a fetus. It's not a baby.
So what I wanted to ask you before you interrupted me, Gangsta Grandma, is this. You said if the guy outside of paying child support, he's a deadbeat ass bitch. What I want to ask you is if a woman,
I mean, what
you
do you
said,
want? You want me to lie to you?
I cannot ask you one damn question without you talking
You
over.
can't. Hurry
You
up.
don't. I can't. You talk over everybody that talks. I cannot even finish the
I
sentence.
agreed with you.
You don't even know that ain't. You didn't agree with shit. You know what I'm even about to ask you. You don't even know.
Go ahead, crybaby.
God damn.
Go change your diaper.
So we gonna host the show together and you gonna talk over every guest?
Oh, shut up.
That's what you're doing. God damn.
Baby,
Okay,
Go cry. Damn.
the point I'm asking, you said if a man outside of paying child support, he's a deadbeat ass bitch. What I'm asking you is if a woman terminates the life of a child, which basically removes her responsibility, do you believe women having abortions are deadbeat ass bitches?
No, it's her body, though. Tim, paying child support and having an AB is totally different, Tim. It's totally different.
How?
Yes, it is.
How?
Okay, comprehend this. Okay, I mean, I know you motherfuckers, especially dropouts, your mother smokes something with you guys because you guys don't comprehend. That thing is in us. That thing is taking nutrition.
That ain't
from
got nothing
us.
to do. That ain't got nothing to do with what I just asked.
Yes, it does.
No, it don't.
We control our own bodies. You know, if it was outside and they want to go get child support, yes, go ahead, do what the fuck you gotta do. But when it's inside of us and it's leaching off of our bodies and taking shit from us, it's totally different. Some women don't want one. A baby. Some women don't want it.
Yeah, I hear it.
It's different.
Did you hear her say
different.
it's leaching off of her? It's sucking
It's
the
different.
nutrition from her. It's
But who the
not
fuck
baby
wants a
birth,
white
it's
kid
fucking
anyways? I
parasite.
would die.
This is
Ew.
the kind of shit that we have to deal with. It's a fucking parasite to them. They've lost their fucking minds. They want
Do you
this
realize
stuff.
a lot
They
of
want
ABs?
so bad they're willing to kill as many
You know
babies
a lot
as
of
they can.
ABs is
They
medical
call it
though?
healthcare.
You guys
It's
realize that, right?
ridiculous.
Well, I'll just say this. In rest in peace to the late Sonia Massey. But Mike Hawk in the comments said to Gangsta Grandma, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Don't even use God when you guys voted for a fucking rapist and a fucking felon. And a guy that did blasphemy. You guys are such hypocrites. You guys are not even real Christians. You guys are Christian nationalists.
Okay. I gotta move it on for time.
I got one more thing. I got one more thing. I got one more thing. It doesn't say nothing about ABs and other things. Let me tell you guys something. You guys are such Christians, right?
Sacrificing your baby to your false god on women's health care, then
As far as God, who the hell did blasphemy? Who did blasphemy twice?
All right.
Back to stuff looking like Jesus.
All right.
Who did that?
I
That's
gotta.
blasphemy.
All right. I gotta move it on, folks. The time. Handsome
Hold on,
conservative.
let me say
Thank
my
you.
last word. Let me say my last word.
Real
To
quick.
all the so-called fake-ass Christians.
Thank you. All right,
Your
thank you,
day
conservative.
is coming. Because Christian nationalism isn't real. You guys are hatred and God. If God was here today, he wouldn't be voting with you guys. He'll be voting for blue. Because God did say this in Matthew 25. God said, you deny my people food, you're denying him food. You deny him clothes, you're denying him clothes. See, you guys are such fake-ass Christians. You guys don't even read your Bible. You guys like to pick and choose everything. And if one more thing is, God did breathe into Adam's nose, and with the first breath, So preach, you stupid fucks. You don't know your goddamn Bible.
Okay, I got to move it on. We'll leave it at that. Thank you. And real quick, what I was trying to say, look, this is not guaranteed to be popular, certainly among female viewers, and certainly without not to gangster grandma. But I was making the male versus female comparison for this simple fact. Let's say you got two people. You got a woman that has had irresponsible sex, unprotected sex, and now she's on the way to being a parent. The mom says, financially, I'm just not in position to have this child. I'm not ready. I'm not with the father, whatever the case may be. I'm just not mentally ready to be a parent right now. She goes and terminates the child. Now let's say a man, same thing, irresponsible, unprotected sex, same thing. He creates a child. Says the same shit. I'm just not mentally ready to be a parent. I don't have a job, or my income is very low. I'm not with the baby's mom. Literally the exact same excuses as the mom. I'm asking the question, why do we treat one as if they're making a respectable decision and the other as if they're being a deadbeat? I am asking that question. I'm not talking about people who terminate children because they've been raped or because their health is at play. I'm 100% behind allowing a mom to not be forced to carry a rapist baby or somebody, or if her life is in danger. I'm pro-choice, period, to be honest with you. They don't have to be a reason. I do believe in her body, her choice. I believe in that 100%. If she don't want the kid, me and Cancer Conservative differ there. But I do have to ask the question of, why do we treat a woman doing something equally irresponsible to the man, and we treat the guy like he's public enemy number one, and we tell them, well, it is your body. I mean, in both cases, they are being irresponsible. They both are. Now, obviously, it's her body, so I'm not saying she should be forced to carry it to term. I guess I'm probably making a closer argument to suggest the guy should be allowed to opt out as well. If you understand that a woman can have reasons that she just does not want to be a parent, why don't you understand it when a man says it? What is the argument to a man? Well, if you didn't want a kid, you should use a condom, or you should use birth control. You should have kept your legs closed. Why don't any of that apply to her? That's all I'm saying is that why is one gender being treated differently than the other gender when everything is the same, other than she has to carry it to term? And I'm fine with that. And by the way, even if she decides to not have an abortion, they'll let her use a safe haven or something. She still can opt out of it. She can opt out of it with a live child too. It don't have to be terminated. They'll let her take a live child and get rid of it. Why do we treat the genders differently on that? I don't understand that. I mean, there are plenty of women, I was only 15 at the time. I wasn't able to, I knew I wasn't mentally there. I got pregnant at 15. So me and my mom took the baby down to the police station or handed it over to a priest. Or what if the guy's at 15? We tell the guy, man up, go get a paper route. Why do we treat them differently? That's all I'm asking. Anyway, looking in the comments, and I see the comment, Mike Hawk says, let's not even talk about the court system. Yeah, well, it just gets worse there. But I am asking that question. Why do we treat them differently under the exact same circumstances? Because like I said, even if we take abortion out of the picture, that safe haven option still exists. So she can even do that to a live child. She can still opt out of it. They'll tell, I don't care if that dude is hooked on heroin, never had a job in his life. They will tell him, you need to figure that out and man up and take care of your responsibilities. We treat it like there is no out for him at all. And for her, well, we kind of understand you got options. Why is that? Looking in the comment section, because the women that keep the baby don't want them in, but want the money, says Hanson Conservative. Yikes. Ooh. And I got another viewer, TRRS says child support is not for nails and weaves. Eesh. Stop fornicating since you are so religious. It's a sin, isn't it? Some people shouldn't have kids. They can't even take care of a dog. Damn. It gives no one the right to take a life that has no voice, says Thurston Cheek. Fair enough. Let me go ahead and move with the program. Americans just need to mind their own business. What are you referring to, Captain Howdy? Help your world with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. There's just none of that today, huh? None of that today. Looking in the comments. Ask God to reveal himself to you. Okay, you guys are getting very religious on me now, huh? Okay. Sperm cells versus eggs, morals versus inmate tendencies. We are debating the exact point in time when a human becomes a human. No one even knows why we derive from stardust and how. Look, I'm pro-choice under the guise that if you're not going to help that person with the upbringing of that child, you shouldn't have any say-so in it. That's my opinion on it. If you're not going to help them, you shouldn't have any say-so. And it is very costly to have a kid. We were just talking about healthcare before we got into this stuff. Even if a woman got a decent job, she's going to incur some good expenses to have a kid. All of those, sometimes you go to the doctor before, thinking you're having contractions or all of that. They charging you for all of that shit. You're gonna have some contributions out of your pay. It costs a lot of money to have a kid. So, and then of course, once the child is born, then there's charges to be added on. So it does cost money. I'd say that'd be the first thing. If you want to really promote people having children and carrying them to term, reduce some of the cost, because that is probably the number one reason people don't have kids. It costs too much. It costs a lot of money. Shout out from Chicago, murder capital. Chicago is definitely not the murder capital, Gypsy. Just that comment alone shows me you lean right, far right, to suggest that Chicago is the murder capital. Chicago is not the murder capital. It's definitely life-changing. It's something that should be thought of ahead of time. True, but things happen. Prophylactics don't work. Condoms break. Nothing is 100%. I mean, even if you think it out, even if you actually sit down and say, my job has gotten well, you're about to come out of college and you got a nice job lined up, I think we can go ahead and have a child now. There's no guarantee that one of y'all might not get fired or laid off by the time the baby is delivered. Even if you think it out, shit go wrong. Not to mention some of the stuff that the politicians do, like what Trump is doing to healthcare, the drastic changes it's going to undergo starting next year. So all of a sudden, all of the plans you thought out are not working as much anymore. Think about all of the federal employees that Trump fired. You think some of them didn't have young kids? I got a federal job now. I'm making good income. I'm in a union, got good health care. We should be in a good position to have a job now. Elon comes along, boom, that person's unemployed. So even if you actually sit down and think it out, it may not, shit happens. You still may not work. Tim, my cousin spent $80,000 to try to have a baby and failed. She chose adoption. Well, your cousin got cake to do that. But that's different. That's somebody choosing. You're actually going through what, in vitro or that's different though. Abstinence doesn't work when you get graped. That, to me, that's a different argument though. And I don't believe anybody should be forced to carry a baby to term if they've been assaulted. But I do believe that it's kind of one of those crutches that folks on the left use. I don't believe the average woman terminating the life of a pregnancy has been raped or that her health is in danger. Most pregnancy terminations, if what I've read is correct, and you guys can correct me if you will, but in most cases, it features a woman that just had unprotected sex and decided she don't want the child. That's the makeup of most of these. It's not people that's been raped or they're going to die if they don't do it. That's where people run because that's an extreme position that, in my opinion, everybody can get behind. But the reality is not that. That's not most of the people. Now, in the comments, Dark Son of Yemen said, you said bullshit. So what are you saying is mostly rape victims? So if you go to Planned Parenthood, most of the people sitting in there are rape victims with health problems. Let me know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me go back to the box. We'll make that happen with Dark. You let me know, Dark. My point was, Dark, good evening. Are you there? Now I saw you in the comments. You said it was bullshit. You said it was. Cut your music. Cut your music. Cut your music.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Correct me. Tell me that. Correct me. Give me the accurate version.
I don't believe that Planned Parenthood is full of women sitting there just choosing to go get a damn AB because that's what they want to do. But you do realize that scheduled ABs are not counted, are actually put into the elective number, which outweighs and pushes that number a hell of a lot farther. But to me, that's neither here nor there, because until a man can carry a baby, you need to shut the fuck up about what a woman does with it. How about we do this? All you men that are out there talking about, oh, women shouldn't have an AB, and you want to and want to control these women's bodies, how about we start with this? Every man born from now on should have a mandatory vasectomy, and then you don't have to worry about it. It's cheaper, it's reversible, and it stops you from having that problem.
So you're gonna just stop the whole progression of the species.
Well, no, we're not stopping it because a vasectomy is reversible. So when you're ready,
maybe
you can.
Maybe. I mean, it ain't guaranteed. Look, once you do something to your body, reversing it doesn't always work. Maybe it's reversible.
No. But a woman, when a woman gets pregnant, she takes on the responsibility of carrying that child, and she risks her life as well. Her body does not always go back to how it was before, i.e. stretch marks, i.e. postpartum, i.e. problems with her digestive system, i.e. Pregnancy or diabetes during pregnancy, all of those things. Nevertheless, the 9 months she got to sit there and carry and nurture that child, so we can cut it off excuse the pun, cut off at the beginning. Why not? Then you wouldn't have dudes running around performing grape. That would cut that off. Because they'll probably still be happening, but there wouldn't be.
Okay, you gotta. Hold on, let me explain. You got a guest cross-platform. I want to say before I bring him up, Handsome Conservative wants to talk to you. For you folks, just like on TikTok, if you send a galaxy, you can come up with a guest. Hold on, hang on. Don't be guessing, Grandma. But let me just say this. Let me finish this. What I was saying is, also, folks, you can come on Clapper and send a flag, and that's because that's what he is doing. Okay, Conservative, what did you want to say to him?
Well, here's the problem I have with what he just said, and I'm going to try to be as respectful as I can. But when a man, when a woman can get pregnant on her own without a man putting the seed of life into her, then we'll shut the hell up. But until that time comes,
they can IVF.
Done it as well. You can't
so IVF doesn't exist?
That he isn't allowed to have an opinion on his child.
So IVF does not exist.
That's nonsense. You're voting to kill children. Don't tell us we don't have a choice.
Well,
I'm voting to protect women.
He's saying doesn't in vitro fertilization exist, but you do realize that's still a man is still required for that other half, though. Dark.
Is he? So there's no sperm bank?
Yeah, men have to give to that, though.
Okay, but do they have to have anything to do with the child? A sperm bank requires pretty much 100% anonymity until that child is ready to find out who the father is, right? Am I wrong on that? So at some point, a woman can get pregnant without a man. See, the problem is you old white motherfuckers need to stop trying to take over women's bodies. Stop trying to do that. That's your problem. Your problem is you want to continue to listen, dog. I don't care about your old bullshit. Troll somebody else. I'm not gangsta grandma.
Right. Okay. It's a woman pregnant. A man has a right to say something about
Does he?
And that sperm in the sperm bank came from a man. A woman cannot get pregnant without the seed of life.
Okay, so go get a vasectomy. Go get a vasectomy. Cut that shit off. Chop it off. Just go cut the line off, and then you don't got to worry about it.
And put on your slacks.
Go cut the line off, bro. Chop it off. Cut off the line. Get a vasectomy and stop worrying about it then. Then you don't got to worry about it no more. Because the thing about it is you old motherfuckers is worried about other people's bodies, not about your own. So if you're worried about your own fucking body, go get a vasectomy. Stop worrying about it.
You're allowing to be killed, and you're voting for them to be killed.
Oh Lord, my God!
About the children, you're
right.
The one that has the
You
power.
care about the children, okay? You can keep that bullshit to yourself because you know I don't believe you. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Suck it. That's what you can do.
I don't give a fuck. You think I give a fuck about your old ass? Motherfucker, you like 50, you like 40, 50 something, sound like you 70. Go get a bitch, dog. Find something to do. Fuck out of here. Like, I don't care.
I mean,
I don't care, bro. You mad because you can't control women's bodies. All I'm doing is telling you stop trying to do that and worry about your own dick. Stop trying to do that. Worry about your own penis. Worry about your wife's penis, about your wife's vagina, and leave other women alone. That shit is weird.
How do you
That shit is mad weird.
How do you feel about him? I mean, what he's saying, though, King, is that, you know, he doesn't care about the woman's body. He actually does care about that baby that they're just executing.
Okay, so if he cares about the baby, then make sure that your president funds fucking SNAP. Make sure your president funds food stamps. Stop running out here talking about we don't need any of these entitlement programs to help women and children. Stop trying to cut off Planned Parenthood, because Planned Parenthood does more than just fucking abortions. Planned Parenthood does all types of shit that you don't know about. So stop worrying about it. Go worry about your own body and your woman's body, bro. Worry about your own body and your woman's body, player. That's the problem.
He says he does favor that stuff. King, he says he does favor all of those social programs, post-birth social. He does favor that, healthcare for the kid and all that. He says he favors
so then why is he worried about other women's bodies? Worry about your daughters, your women's, and her kids. Don't worry about nobody else's.
I'm worried about the baby that's going to be cut in half, slaughtered, put in a trash can.
You motherfuckers kill me. You antinomian motherfuckers kill me with y'all fucking moral superiority complex. Ain't none of you motherfuckers superior. Y'all run around here talking about God and Jesus, but don't adhere to no moral law. Fuck out of here. Oh my God. Are you done yet? Are you done yet?
What kind of man are you?
Are you done yet? I'm the type of man that want to make sure my daughters and my fucking cousins and my fucking aunts.
Listen. Let me interject, folks. I'll say this, even though I'm pro-choice and me and conservative had these conversations, I understand his side from this standpoint. If you, King, if you knew your neighbor had let's say your neighbor had a daycare and he was, he or she were keeping a bunch of newborns and infants in the house, and you knew they were slaughtered, you would feel some kind of way about them slaughtering these little 7-8 month old kids in this house, even though they're not your kids. You're not doing them for them or anything. You would still feel some kind of way knowing that person is taking the life of 3-month-old kids and stuff like that. The only difference is he sees them children the same way you would see those 1-2-month-olds and toddlers being slaughtered. He sees the ones in the womb the same way. That's the only difference, is you just see children in the womb differently than you do. And I'm the same way as you on this, but he sees them the same as in the womb as he do out.
I'll say this then. But stop your president from touching on kids. Stop the Republican Party from being pedophiles. Stop them from protecting pedophiles. Stop this shit from happening. Stop the fucking grape artists. Stop the motherfuckers that's out here doing way more dirt than women that are just trying to have why are you talking, bro?
He says he agree with you.
Your opinion.
He says he agree with you.
Your party can stop going and supporting women going and getting abortions and having babies killed. I'll do your thing.
Is that your body? Is it your body? Every time a woman gets, I'm gonna just leave it at this, and we can move on because I don't give a shit about his opinion, right? Every time a woman gets pregnant, she takes her own life in her hands. You do realize that, right? Every time a woman gets pregnant, she risks death. So whatever the fuck you are talking about, it does not matter to me, bro. It does not matter to me. Okay, I'll let him talk to you till you get done, bro. Right, okay. Are you done yet? Are you done, Papa? Are you done, Papa? All right, go take your medicine. Like I said, beyond that, every time a woman, okay, Papa. All right, Papa, you ain't gonna do shit. All right, Papa. Yeah, okay, Papa. Whatever you say. My gray hairs is longer than yours, and I fuck you up. Any day you get ready, let me know.
Okay.
Any day.
I'm ready right now. You're feeling strong.
Right.
Jump, baby.
Right. Whatever, Papa.
All right, okay. Maybe we need to move on. Okay. All right.
However, so like I was gonna finish saying, oh my God, can you please stop sundowning? Come on, man, stop sundowning, dog. We tired. Papa, go take your medicine. However, so
2 minutes.
Now they're talking, son. Why don't you go back to your room and play with your truck?
Wow, bro, you sound so tough. If Building Burrow was a boxer, I would believe you. Okay, I'll let him finish, dog. Whenever you get done.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and move back on to the topic. Conservative. I didn't expect you to come so hard. Answer conservative. I will move it on for time.
Okay. All right, Papa. Thanks. Go take your Geritol, homie. Bye-bye.
All right, conservative.
Thanks, Papa. Make sure you get that pudding cup. I hope you got some applesauce, Papa.
All right, you still got, okay, I got to move it on conservative. You got 2 minutes of time left. Okay.
Like I was about to say, I don't even give a fuck about him, man. Fuck his old ass opinion. I don't give a shit. The truth of the matter is, every time a woman gets pregnant, she risks her own life. You motherfuckers need to stop trying to take control over a woman's body. Is it fucked up that women have ABs? Yeah, it is. I'm not saying that anybody just so roguely, flatulently running out and having an abortion is doing that shit because of a solid reason. It is some women out there that be doing that shit just because they can. Okay, sure, I'll agree to that point. But is it everybody? No, it's not. Women have fucking problems.
Should you wait? Let me ask you this way. You admit some do it, and then it's not everybody. Should you separate the some from the everybody?
Can you? That's the question. Can you do that?
Yeah.
How would you separate that? Explain that to me. How are you going to separate that?
They would be required to show either. Okay, if you're saying that you have a medical, why don't you ask a question and you want me to answer it or not?
Finish it.
Okay. I mean, seriously, and I don't look. I'm 100% pro-choice, so understand it. But I do understand his side. What I'm saying is, okay, if a woman is saying I need to terminate the life of the unborn for medical reasons, we can obviously have a medical professional figure out whether it's mental or physical. That's obviously something you can document and diagnose. If she says she was sexually assaulted, okay, did you file charges? I mean, if you're saying you're sexually assaulted and you want to take this life, then by law you have to have a police report on the record. I mean, so there are ways to do it, as opposed to some women that just decided I don't have enough money to raise a kid right now and I want to get rid of it.
Tim, I want you to realize something as well. Who are you going to put in charge of being the moral authority to make those decisions?
Same people that's in charge of making moral authority decisions now. Fucking government.
And that in sense is the fucking problem. Because who's making the decisions right now? A bunch of old white motherfuckers who want to keep the fucking population of people going, right? But are they truthful? Are they just? No, you don't know that. And this might blow your mind, but don't you think if we're making decisions about all of the women's body in this fucking country, that maybe, just maybe, there should be more women making these decisions than there are men?
I gotta vehemently push back on you from this standpoint of, if you believe there should be more women making decisions than men, goddamn it, you need to tell more women to vote that way, because there's more of them than us. They're more educated than us, and yet the men keep winning. Women are voting based on their husbands and shit. You actually have some MAGA women on the right saying women shouldn't even have the right to vote. So you can't blame that on men. Women are falling in line with that shit.
You know what? I wish we could all just I wish it would all just be totally just and everybody would just do what the fuck they supposed to do. But unfortunately, here in this world, in reality, it doesn't happen like that. But what I will say is, I'm not about to sit around and let a whole bunch of old motherfuckers make a decision for my daughter, make a decision for my sister, make a decision for my mother. I'm not about to do that. Because the same way you motherfuckers feel about, oh, women are having abortions, it's the same way I feel about you trying to make a motherfucking decision about a body that ain't yours. Period.
I'll leave it at that, King.
Oh, and wait.
Real
I
quick.
also want to say, hey, yo, MAGA Reacts, pay Mike his money, fam. Don't be a fucking welcher. You lost the bet, pay the fucking money. And I'm going to stay on your ass until you fucking pay him. You bum. Just like Trump. Don't pay your fucking debts. You fucking bum.
How do you know the man ain't gonna pay him? Come on, now the man may pay him.
He just spent the last 2 motherfucking days trying to prove Mike wrong. You ain't proved him wrong yet. The numbers say what they say. You fucked up. Pay that man his money. Fucking welcher.
All right.
Sad as shit.
All right,
The
King.
man can't fucking pay it.
Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. Tap the screen. I gotta actually because the bet was made when they were on the program talking together, but I got so much going on. I didn't hear the terms of the bet, the terms of the deal. So I almost need to get both of them on together and hear them hash that out. In the comments, amen to that limit, the age of the House. We're going to say amen to that. Limit the age of the House, Senate, Supreme Court, presidency, and all politicians. We shouldn't have old, senile, corrupt, evil assholes providing precedents for another 4 decades. Well, you got to get MAGA on board with that because MAGA is talking about Trump can do a 3rd term. So MAGA is not on board with limiting the age of politicians. I mean, Trump 2028 sounds really delightful to MAGA. So Trump will be 83 years of age being president until he's 87. And you got a lot of MAGA saying they want that. Even if it's not up to and including suggesting we should change the Constitution to make it happen. So MAGA has no desire to limit the age of politicians if they're asking for that. He damaged the pool. Obama needs to pay his contractor too. What? What the fuck is that all? Why is Obama? Do we have a tad bit of Obama derangement syndrome in here? Why is Obama name coming up? He's been out of the White House for 10 years. Why is his name even coming up? Abortion should be a woman's constitutional civil rights. Damn. Godmind says that abortion should be a woman's constitutional. That may, well, that came close. I mean, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, if she had the Democrats should have done it. I'm just going to say that. If the Democrats believed that, they should have codified it because it was no secret that the Republicans wanted to reverse it. They've been trying to reverse it forever. So when the Democrats were in power, they should have done something like that. But there you go. And that will eventually happen. I do, because the right is going to go too far to the right. And just like right now, Trump is in there because they say the Democrats under Biden went too far to the left. We got Trump now, and he's absolutely going too far to the right on stuff. So eventually that probably will happen. There will be some kind of law that codifies a woman's right to choose. It will happen eventually. All it really takes, to be honest with you, is the women wanting it and voting for it. Because you got plenty of men like my last guest, King, who believes a woman shouldn't be interfered with, her choice shouldn't be interfered with. If the women just all stood up in unison and voted for it, that alone would probably be enough to get it in most states. And then, of course, you're going to have at least 20 to 50% of the men also being in favor of it. So all you got to do is, if the women believe that their body should be left up to them, just vote for it. It's too many of the women. Despite what my last guest was talking about, old white men trying to interfere with women's body, there's a whole lot of women that are pro-life. It ain't just old white men. There's a whole lot of women that voted in favor and celebrated rolling back Roe v. Wade. So it ain't just men. There's a lot of women involved in that too. Trump just doing what he wants to because Congress doesn't have a backbone. Yeah, there's some validity to that. Let me go back to the box. Mike Johnson says there is not enough time to change the amendment that would give him another term, and by the time they do, Trump wouldn't probably be with us any longer. So get over that stupidity. It ain't us getting over the stupidity. It's him saying this shit. The stupidity is him saying it. Selling Trump 2028 hats and telling folks that, yeah, I could probably run for a third. That's what it's stupid. It ain't like the Democrats made this shit up out of thin air. The man is selling Trump 2028 hats. So some of that's on him. I got the two parties up. I got Mike and MAGA Reacts. Now, we'll start with MAGA Reacts. MAGA, you're saying you don't owe anything. Explain.
Well, I have my proof. I have my receipts. I counted, because we found a bunch of websites that were saying 20%, 60%, 100%, and I didn't know which one to fucking believe, so I found a website that lists every single vote that he voted on.
What did you get? Wait. First of all, what was? So did folks know what bet was made? It was, I think, the terms are $50 or something. But what was the actual terms of the bet? What did you bet on?
That Joe Manchin voted with the Democrats at least 90% of the time when he voted. And because we're talking about Liz Cheney, how she voted like 95% or 94% at the time with fucking Trump. I said Joe Manchin also voted like 90%. I said at least 90%. So the bet was 90%.
And what did your research? What number did your research give you?
I got 94%.
That sounds awfully high.
To be exact.
That sounds awfully high.
And
Tim, now listen, Tim.
We can go through and count it together. We are not listening. Together, vote by vote.
Listen, you're a fucking idiot.
He didn't do it.
You're an idiot.
I gave you the website yesterday. I told you to count for yourself.
Listen. I told you in our direct messages, and that's why I turned my camera on. I told you when you kept going back and forth with me, you're still wrong. Now this is what you did. You went to voteview.com and you went through and you counted manually by yourself. That's what you did. But did you exclude his absent votes from your number? Yes or no?
Yeah, absent votes don't count. You didn't vote.
Did you against? That's not what I asked you. No, they go against. No, an absent vote.
Why they go against? Why they go against? A lot of times they don't even count that way.
Are you gonna let me talk or not?
Okay.
An absentee goes down as a no vote. Period. Look it up. You're wrong. So if you have absentee votes, if you're counting them in your number's already flawed. Period. So let's start there. That's number one. Number two, you also have to let me finish. You also have to take his yay votes and find out how many of his yay votes went against or for a Democrat or Republican legislation that was put forward.
The website tells us that.
What'd you say?
The website tells us that.
I know that, MAGA Reacts. Did you use that in your number?
Yeah, when it's a nay vote and he said yes, when the party says no and he said yes, it's used in my number. That was part of it.
But I'm talking
because that actually was against the party.
Your number of how many?
Of what? Like the total numbers?
Your total number is complete. I don't know how you count.
1,400 times.
He voted 1,600. He voted 1,600. He voted 1,614 times. That's what he voted.
Where'd you get that number from? I got
from the same times. From the same
1499. If you count the times he was independent.
You just asked me, and I'm going to tell you from the same source you kept pointing out. Not only did I check that, I checked multiple sources. I did this before. And now another thing: are you counting confirmations and nominations? Yes or no?
I'm counting all the votes.
In your number, huh?
I'm counting all the votes.
So you're not just counting,
listed on this website.
But again, the legislative numbers are what you're supposed to be looking at, not nominations.
We didn't say that. We didn't say anything about that. We didn't say anything about absentee votes. We said how many times did he vote with the fucking party?
You didn't hear me. This is why you don't listen. This is why you don't listen. I said you don't count nominations, confirmations, judges.
We didn't say that during the bet. That wasn't part of the bet.
Time out. You know why you can't count them? Because those aren't on his agenda. Those aren't Biden's agendas. Those are people that are nominated, and either they get nominated, confirmed, or they don't.
It doesn't go to the
nomination.
Let me ask you guys something. Hold on. Let me ask you guys something. Hold on. Let me ask you this.
I'm going off what's listed on this
What I want to ask you guys is this. Are the terms of the bet, how many times Biden voted with the Democrats or Biden voted with, Manchin voted with the Democrats or Manchin voted with Biden?
Manchin.
Well, the Democrats is Biden.
No, but go ahead.
It's
technically Biden, but it's pretty much the Democrats.
It's a 4-year span,
would be against.
bro. It's a 4-year span where Biden was in office.
Yes.
You won't find a source over 87.5%. You're not using the aggregate MAGA reaction. Your number is flawed. I'm just telling you. You can sit there and count.
The real question is, how do absentee votes count? I don't think they count either way.
They count as no's.
Let me respond. Let me respond to that. I'll respond to that. Hold on. MAGA reacts. Hold on. MAGA, hang on. If Trump wants the Save America Act passed, and the Senate or even the Republican Congress are voting, if a Republican member votes absentee, how does Trump view that?
I don't know. It depends on.
You do know. If Trump wants to save America, you're telling me if Trump wants to Save America Act passed and one of his Republican Senate or Congress votes absentee, you don't know how he would view that.
It depends. If it stops it from passing, then it's negative. But these votes only go on the fucking thing if they're gonna pass.
Why would if a Republican votes absentee against something the Republican wants, that's as good as a no. That certainly is not help. That helps the Democrat side out.
That means he was sick that day and they didn't need his vote.
It's called
a lot of times for the person who's sick and they don't need their vote.
They call it a soft no strategy.
Need his vote.
Tim, here's why they do it. It's a soft no strategy because Manchin was the king of this, right? He was the king of this
because he was in a purple area.
God damn! Can I finish? He's in West Virginia. There were some things he didn't want to vote on. He didn't want to upset the party, and he didn't want to upset his constituents. So they're absent. So they never have to record it as a yay or no. So they don't have to own it when it's an absent ballot.
Yeah, but the only time he's going to vote absentee is when he is trying to please Republican voters. He's never going to, just like I mentioned on the Save America, as a Republican, you're never going to vote absentee when you're trying to get Republicans on your side. You're only doing that to help the other side. That's a no. I don't know why you even try to pretend like you don't realize that.
He just said it. It's so he can please both sides.
No, you ain't pleasing both sides. He didn't say both sides.
Because it doesn't stop the vote from passing.
He didn't say
the vote from passing.
He didn't say both sides.
He would be going against it, but it doesn't stop the vote from passing.
You're never going to.
Both sides do this, and it's
you're never going to vote absentee. You just rambling on, but you're never going to vote absentee and please both sides. See, I did it. You get me? What the hell would you vote absentee on? Please.
You don't piss off either sides either.
Bullshit.
It still passes. And you can say you didn't vote for it.
He's basically what he's telling you is he counted the no's. He counted the no votes to his number, and you can't count them. Yeah. I already know. I kept telling him in our direct messages, "You're wrong," and you thought you were gonna come up here and get me in a gotcha. I do my homework.
You just said I was wrong. You didn't say why. You telling me it's wrong.
I didn't have to tell you. I didn't have to tell you now. I'm telling you now.
The sky is blue, and you were telling me it's fucking wrong.
I'm telling you now. I didn't have to tell you in the DM. I'm telling you now in front of 187 people, your numbers are wrong. Anybody on this 187
Let's
people.
Let's count them together.
All that.
Let's count them together.
You think we're about to sit up here and count?
Right, 1,600 votes.
You're out of your damn mind. You're out of your mind.
To me,
the negatives.
You lost
against the party, and it fucking hurts the party. And it's only 91 of them. I did it in fucking 5 minutes.
You lost the argument the minute you started talking about that. You don't know what an absentee vote. If you got a Republican boss, a Republican politician, a Republican president, and you're a Republican senator or Congress, and you vote absentee to something your side wants, that's a negative. You try to make. Well, I don't know what that is. That might please everybody.
Him getting reelected. We let the person do it so it doesn't hurt him being reelected, and it doesn't affect the vote because the vote passes anyway without him. So it's a win-win or a loss-loss. It pleases and doesn't please both
that
sides.
makes
So that
that makes no sense.
It doesn't fuck. It makes perfect sense. Why else would they do it? Why else would they do it?
You said you wanted Tim to decide. You went through and counted everyone, and you didn't even have to do
Tim
that.
decides on your side, I'll fucking do it. I'm waiting until we haven't finished debating here, buddy.
Well, I'm done. The very sites you went to, voterview.com, but did you go to Government Facts? Did you go anywhere else that would have shown you graphics to what I said versus what you're saying? Did you do that?
I counted them manually. I put them in Excel.
And you want me to count your? And you think we're going to trust a manual?
You can count yourself.
This is why we don't do manual counts in elections, dummy. Because people like you have a counting problem.
You can go count yourself. You can count all the nays, all absentees that fucking.
Has anyone in the chat?
To be honest with you, with absentees, but
anyone? I know you don't. And if you don't know the absentee votes, you can't give me a number.
No, I know absentee votes that went against the party.
It doesn't matter if you don't know the vote. If you don't know
absentee votes that just didn't matter because it didn't affect the vote.
Mag reacts. If you don't know the absentee vote, then your number is flawed, right, Tim? I mean, it's pure.
I mean, I've been looking on the internet.
No, I actually counted them. If you want to know the absentee votes,
I've been looking on the internet since you guys have been talking. It looks like it's less than 90. I mean, the best I found is a site that says 60 to 90%, but you're making it sound like it's over 90%. So I can't find any site that.
Even with everything that Michael said,
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing.
Giving him all the points, it's 87.5. But even that number, I really want to go through and make sure it's correct.
Well, based on what I've been able to, based on listening to you folks, hearing what you, based on what I've been able to find, based on what I'm hearing you folks say, and you sound like you lost, Mag. I mean, I don't see a case to be made.
One more problem.
Okay, I don't see a case to be.
One more problem.
I don't see a case to be made for how you won.
Let me finish telling the whole story.
Let you finish. Is that what you let you finish now, huh?
No, let me tell you, before you fucking make your judgment, let me finish telling you the last part. The last, third or, the last year, you fucking switched to independent. So it threw the numbers off a little bit. When you look at the numbers it give you on the website, him becoming independent threw him off. So I gotta go in there and look at all the votes that he did as independent and add them to all the numbers. I just noticed this, as I was waiting for the live.
It's going to make your number worse because the year that he voted against the party the most was his last year. It's going to be worse. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Well, he didn't really vote against the party. He just was fucking absent.
I don't understand. Hold on. Let me just say something. I don't understand how you could have a Democrat president and have a Democrat politician voting absent constantly, and you don't see that as negative.
Well, he became independent.
It's still negative to that. Anytime I want to pass something, anybody who votes absent to me is just as good as somebody who voted no. I mean, it's negative.
It doesn't stop him from passing it. If it doesn't stop him from passing it, no.
It doesn't matter.
Let me give you a street explanation. Let's say, for instance, you out with 5 or 6 of your boys, and you getting jumped. And 3 of your boys jump out of the car and start helping you. The other 2, they're voting absentee. They just sit in the car. How do you view them? Because the 3 that jumped out is enough for you to win the fight. How do you view the 2 that sat in though?
That they're fucking smart. That they're waiting to come in if I needed them. As long as I win the fight, I really don't play against them. I won the fight.
And again, well, what if you lost?
He said they're
smart. If I lost the fight, I would be pissed. That's my whole point. If I lost the fight, I would be pissed.
Okay, perfect.
And it would count toward you. If I won the fight, I wouldn't care.
So how many times did he vote absentee in his 4 years?
Oh, God.
Tell me.
1 second.
You said you did the number.
I have 52 and 39.
No, the total was 146. He voted absentee.
Sorry, 137 is mine.
146 in his last year.
I have 137, but it doesn't count his independence. The votes he did as independence.
You have to count
137 without that.
You have to.
I know. I haven't counted them yet. It's not like I was trying to do. I just found out about that.
So let me tell you the number. It was 146 times, and in 2024, he was absent 90 times. 90.
How many votes were cast? How many roll call votes were cast in 2024, MAGA Reacts? 387. 387. And he was absent 90 times out of 387.
Okay, and how many times did that actually affect the vote? How many times?
That ain't got nothing to do with it. That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Because that's where it hurts the party.
Oh
that's where
my
he's going
God.
against the party by fucking them over, by making them lose.
Are you done with your evidence, MAGA Reacts?
Yes, I'm done. Although I don't have the final numbers, even with the absentee and all that shit. But I'll take your word for it.
As a defense, I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to let Tim decide.
Yeah, so Tim, if the party still wins the fight and these absentees are just sick or just not there, does that count?
Well, first of all, unless you're
I mean, the party's winning the fight. You got one guy that's sick.
I get what you're saying.
Already.
Well,
you rested already, MAGA.
Unless you
rested. I didn't fucking rest.
You said you were done. You said you were done, and then I said I'm done.
You said you were done. I still have to fucking finish. I have to close. See, you never listen to what I'm saying. Can I finish?
Go
ahead.
So, you have to fight this guy. One of your guys is sick or out of town or something.
Okay.
And you don't need to wait for him. Would you wait for him, or you just fight with the guys you got, knowing that you're gonna win? You just fight with the guys that you have. But if that guy not being there causes you to lose, then he's fucking you over. But if he's just not available and you don't need him, you know, I can't hold it against him or for him. But if he fucks me over and he's the reason I lost, that's holding it against me. I mean, holding it against him. Like, I think only the ones where they lost should count. And then the ones where they still won without him, which was most of them, because they got an extra vote and they didn't need him anymore, and they fucking kept doing it without him.
Okay, are you done yet?
I thought you were done. What are you talking about?
I just need to move on, bro. I got shit to do.
I'm asking Tim, do you have any questions before I finish?
Okay, well, no, just.
Do you have any final questions for me, Tim?
No,
and then we're done.
no, I don't. I want to hear. Go ahead and make your whole statement. If you got questions in it, add them in there, and then when I respond after you close, I'll answer your questions.
No, that's basically it. Where it really matters is the absentee vote. This is where you have to decide. The absentee vote, if it's absentee and it doesn't hurt the vote and the vote passes and you're not fucking over the party, does that count as against or with?
Okay,
if you fuck over the party and they lose the vote, then I think it counts as against. But if it doesn't affect anything and you're just not there because they've been assholes to you, I don't think it counts for or against.
Okay. All right, now.
That's basically what you have to decide. Based on what you decide, I win or lose.
Okay.
If an absentee that ends up the vote passing anyway, and they don't need him, and they do this on purpose.
You're saying the same thing. I get it. If the absenteeism didn't count, you're saying the same thing over and over. And I get your point. You're driving it home, but
they all do this.
I get it. You're making the same point. You're making the same point over and over and over again.
They like to do this because when it comes to election time, the other side can't say that he voted for shit that would hurt him in the elections. So they always do this. Everybody does this. So when it comes to election time, they can be like, oh, this guy voted for this bill, and this is the reason you guys shouldn't vote for him. So it helps them during the election. It helps them keep him a Democrat or keep him independent of voting with Democrat, which was what he ended up being. So it's a political stunt, but it's not really going against the party because the party actually supports this because they want you to keep winning in a fucking purple area. It's like a trick they do so they can keep winning in a purple area. Anytime we don't need your vote, just vote absentee, and this way you can keep winning in this purple area, and the people running against you in this purple area don't make you look bad by saying you voted for all this shit. So it's
Your Honor, I object. Your Honor,
you said the same thing 5 minutes ago.
Listen. I'm not.
You basically said the same exact thing 5 minutes ago about why they do this.
I'm talking to
you guys ain't gonna ever fucking close by the time. What do you got, Mike? What are you saying?
I just want you to reach your verdict so I can go make my Moscow Mule. That's all.
Okay.
I'm just trying to, pick a couple of key limes off my tree and go make me a beverage on Sunday. He wasted all this.
I got guava for you if you want. I got guava.
When you pay me my $50, I'll go buy my own. How about that?
Well, I gotta figure out what one of these little galaxy things is worth $50.
Okay. Now, you guys ready for me, or you guys got some more to drop out?
No, go ahead.
I think you understand everything.
Yeah, I not only did I understand it, I took notes and I'm gonna respond to it. Okay, so you're done, MAGA?
Yeah, unless you have a question for me.
Okay, I don't have any questions. I gave you everything. Okay, first of all, you mentioned people pleading, not pleading, but voting no contest or absentee rather, voting absentee because they might be sick. Unless he's Mitch McConnell, there's no way he was sick that many times in Biden's last year. So I'm going to toss out any notion.
I don't know what,
he wasn't
I
sick.
don't know what time he's sick or just
you don't miss that many votes under being sick, and we would have known about that. For him to miss that, I mean, he missed dozens and he voted absentee dozens and dozens of times. There was no rumors that he was that sick or ill. So unless he's Mitch McConnell,
he did the same thing. He did the same thing in Trump's years too.
Okay, but he's doing it for the point I'm making is the point. Okay, you're done. No, you finished. You don't argue back. It's over. You gave your statement. You argue back now. That time is done. I'm making my decision.
When it was 50-50.
Okay, you're done. When I asked you, are you finished? You said yes.
Okay.
You were done.
Hey, you're the one that brought up new shit.
Well, I'm going by what you're saying. What you're trying to bring up. If he done it during Trump's term or whatever, once again, he was doing it for some other reason that had nothing to do with illness. The point I'm making is I'm going to toss out illness because there's no indication that he was that fucking sick.
But it's not going against the party. That's the question.
We're talking about illness right now. We're talking about, I'm getting to all of that. You're trying to get ahead of me and ask questions that I'm not even answering. He wasn't ill. So that's the first thing you said that I'm throwing out. Now, the other issue you said is it doesn't matter if it doesn't affect the vote. So even though he won absenteeism, just like I gave you the example in the car, if two people sit in and you still, the three that got out and helped you, that's the point I'm making on that one is, if you're sitting in the car and you don't know if the dudes who got out can handle the situation or not, you just sat in ahead of time, I don't give you any credit for it. Did he know ahead of time that voting absenteeism on each one of those votes was not going to make a difference? He automatically knew that ahead of time.
100%. They always know ahead of time.
No, they don't always know ahead of time. No, they don't always know.
Because they talk about it on Fox News and MSNBC and all the channels. We always know.
Right.
We always know as long as you get Kristen Sinema or Joe Manchin, you don't need the second person.
Okay.
You know, they always know. And when they needed him, he was there.
Okay. Well, I'm going to simply say that if I need help, I give credit to those who stood up and helped. Those who chose to go absenteeism, even if I didn't need them, I don't give them the same credit as somebody who helped me. In fact, the other side favors that more than I do. If I'm president, I want my side of the aisle to vote in favor. Just like I don't think Trump would support any Republican that's voting absenteeism on anything he wants. Now, you also...
Can I answer that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Both sides feel the same about this because it keeps them in the game longer by staying elected in purple areas. It keeps them in the game longer so they can keep voting for them.
And I'm about to respond to that. And that's my next. And that's the next set of notes I got on here. You said in regards to it being a political stunt. So that way, if they vote absenteeism, nobody can say they voted yay or nay on something. I'm going to disagree with you on that because if you vote absenteeism on the Lincoln Riley Act, I guarantee the Republicans they're going to view that as bad. Same thing if getting men out of women's sports. If you vote absenteeism on that, they're going to view that as bad. They're not going to view that as a political stuff. That is just to the Republican Party voting absenteeism on the Lincoln Riley Act. It's just like voting no. They're not going to see that that is bad.
Then why do both sides do it? I mean, even Michael agrees that that's how it works.
Yeah, but they do it for the reasons I just stated. They do it because maybe they're getting back at the commander-in-chief or the person it's usually going to be viewed as bad to the person that wants that passed.
Tim, they talk about it on TV. They talk about it that they're doing it so they can keep winning in a purple state.
I gave you.
If they keep winning in a purple state, the Democrats have a vote there that they could fucking lose.
I've made my decision. You lost.
Right.
You lost.
I mean, I kind of knew you were going to give it.
Well, when you come up and say,
I can't just give up, Tim.
When you try, yeah, fair enough.
Good points, But
Fair
what do I
enough.
send you? What fucking animation do you want?
Mike?
Send me 5 Interstellars.
What's an Interstellar?
You'll see it. Those are 10,000 a pop. Send me 5 of those.
Alright,
You can break it up any way you want to. Yeah, $50. Yeah, you.
I just don't know what. I don't use TikTok like you do. I don't know what equals $50. I don't know what equals what.
Well,
Until I reload, I really don't pay attention to
a
that
galaxy's $10.
shit. So send you 5 galaxies.
Say again.
So send you 5 galaxies.
Whatever.
Alright. I'm gonna make sure it goes to you too. Alright, custom amount. Do not show again. Try right now.
It's 50,000 coins, bro.
I don't think
I know. I gotta fucking buy the 50,000 coins. I don't sit on
I'm
TikTok
sorry.
all day.
No. I'm sorry. A galaxy is 1,000 coins, so you'd have to send 50 of those.
No, I think it's 5.
No, I'm sorry. I think I was. Am I right? Am I right, Joe?
I think it's 5 of them. I think a galaxy's 10.
I think it's 5. It's 5. I was thinking about my bet with Kidder. He owes me $500. My bad.
500?
Yeah, this dummy he made a dumbass bet.
Fuck you. I need to be in with. I've never gotten 5 galaxies in a single show. Shit, I need to be doing what you do. Shit.
Yeah, well, sometimes, Tim, less is more.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. I got 1,000 out of EK.
Jeez.
If y'all see EK in these TikTok streets, These
motherfuckers really be trying to prove you wrong, huh?
I guess.
They're the stack on politics, huh? Wow.
Yep.
Then somebody on YouTube, Captain Howdy says, why do Americans use schools for target practice instead of actual education? God damn.
That's wild.
He lives in Spain, and of course I got some of my MAGA viewers. You already know how they feel about Spain. So he's pushing back hard with that shit because he got a good point. Shit, he fighting back hard. Captain Howdy, how you doing, Captain? Shit, target practice, man.
Oh, did he go away?
Yeah, he's out.
Anyway, Tim.
He dropped. I just noticed that he has dropped.
Yeah, I don't know if he's
busy paying you. He's busy paying you.
Yeah, well, listen, while we're waiting for that, listen, Tim, we are this country, we are in the next 60 days is going to be very interesting. Didn't Trump come out and say they're trying to negotiate a ceasefire again?
He said that shit. It's like a Katy Perry song. You're hot, then you're cold. Yeah. One day it's a ceasefire being negotiated. The next day, first it's a ceasefire, then it's a deal. Next day we're going to put Armageddon on the ass. I mean, it just keeps each one of those statements I said: ceasefire, Armageddon, and we're working on. He said each one of those about 5 or 6 times in this war.
Yeah. No, I know. So, he just said he's here, don't go anywhere. But and the bottom line is, it's been market manipulation up to this point. But all that's over with now, because there's nothing to manipulate anymore.
What do you mean?
Well, we don't have any oil reserves to play with. What are we gonna do?
Well, we always got Venezuela. We own all their shit.
Oh yeah. So we can take their oil.
Yeah. I mean, I believe that's kind of what's going on anyway.
Well, exactly. Well, we have no wiggle room. And by the way, why you don't think? Listen, Tim. I just want to, and this is for everybody in this room. None of us know everything. Not the sharpest tool in the shed. Do you think Iran doesn't know more about this than we do? Do you think they're not sitting back going, "Yep, they don't have this. Their missile defensive system. Yep. Oh, we're getting."
Absolutely, because they're having conference calls with China and Putin. I mean, the what used to be referred to as the Axis powers, that side of the world. Yeah, they're talking to them. So Yeah, they know a lot about what's going on.
Absolutely, they know a lot about what's going on.
And I'm going to say something that I shouldn't be saying, but it wouldn't surprise me if you had some Democrat. I mean, there's plenty of Democrats that are rooting for Iran. Wouldn't surprise me if Trump came along and said some Democrat was talking to the Iranians.
He might, but at this point, it is what it is. The thing is the thing. That's two. That's two. We need 3 more. Yeah. Damn, his fingers. He must have 4 thumbs or something. They don't take that.
I don't know.
I don't know. It don't take that long. You can let him back up too, so we can just.
Did he put in the? There's another one. Did he put in the request?
I don't know. I don't know, but that's 3. 3
galaxies. 3 galaxies.
No, what's happening is every time if I try to do more than like $10 at a time, it takes me out of the app, and I have to put in my credit card information again, which I don't have it on me, so I have to do it like $10, $15 at a time, the recharge.
Okay.
All right, so we're at 3. Let's see if the 4th one will go through.
He's paying you. Okay, he's paying his debt.
I never said I wouldn't.
No, but some of the folks is. Somebody says MAGA don't like Sesame Street. That is true, Nate. They did try to get rid of NPR and Sesame Street and PBS.
That was a good one, Nate.
I mean, they got rid of PBS. They tried to get rid of PBS.
I'll go to you or I went to you, right?
Yep, you got one more.
Yep, one more.
All right.
Now, after you pay that last one, let me see.
Tell me lies. Tell me. Who said that? Lies. Lies. They have packages way above that. Okay. What do you? The man is paying. Let the man pay. There you go. He's done. His debt has been met.
There we go.
We hereby rule this debt paid in full, complete. E. Jean Carroll, you are free to leave the courtroom. Thank you.
You're free to leave. And the next time, listen. And the next time you take a bet with me, just ask yourself 2 questions. Why would he bet me? And I'm not that fucking bright. I need you to stop. I need you to lucky.
Everything I was thinking,
bro.
You got lucky. 2% is lucky.
I didn't get lucky. I didn't get lucky.
I'm gonna easily voted it my way.
I didn't get lucky, MAGA. I want you to know I didn't get lucky.
I still have to go back and count it with the absentee voting and these rules. And with the extra shit.
Yeah, I was surprised you said that. I was surprised you don't think an absentee vote would be viewed as a negative because they didn't need to vote anyway. You either down with me or you ain't.
They don't need to vote.
Yeah, you either
down with me.
It doesn't matter,
MAGA. It doesn't matter, MAGA. You're arguing something that didn't matter. I just let you keep going. It doesn't matter. I knew you were going to miss that detail. It doesn't matter whether it's an absentee vote or not.
I didn't miss it. I just didn't think it can count.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I stated, if Trump is trying to pass a Lincoln Riley Act and you're a Republican and you vote absenteeism, even because he has enough votes already, the Republican Party is gonna remember that shit. And if you run again for re-election, if you're a Congress or a Senate and you run for re-election in that town, the person who's trying to primary you is as a conservative, they're gonna bring up that when the Lincoln Riley Act got passed, he didn't even vote in favor of it.
So what if most of the absentee votes are just bullshit votes that didn't really matter? So what if I go back and count only the ones that didn't matter are toward me, and the ones that mattered, like the Valley. If I go back and count the ones that don't matter toward me, can we redo this, or what's up?
First of all,
votes that just don't matter. They don't need him. Nobody cares.
First of all, let me make something clear. When you look at the sheer number in Manchin's last year that he didn't vote, there's no way all of them didn't count for nothing. I mean, it's just too many of them.
No, I'm saying if you take the ones that put him over 90%. Because he's only below that number by like 2%. So if you take all the votes that were bullshit votes, like the one Michael was trying to bring up about somebody getting into an office or something to pass some bullshit thing that nobody cares about, if you take all those, it'll bring him over.
It doesn't matter. But we about to move on Trump because you lost. You want to recount. You sound like Trump. Now I know why you like Trump. Because you sit up here really bro.
The problem is the rules weren't set in stone.
Listen, no, the rules were set. You just didn't do your homework. But now I know why you vote.
I gotta move on, folks.
To be the judge and decide the rules.
Tim, I'm about to let you go. But this is why you vote the way you vote, because the guy that you keep supporting thinks the way you think. You're trying to make a case that's not there. The numbers are the numbers.
Because the math.
The numbers are the numbers, and you're wrong. Just
and both
let
sides
it go.
do absentee voting, and this was all Biden.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument. You lost.
The argument is Joe Manchin.
All right, gentlemen.
Over 90%.
I'll go ahead and wrap it up, gentlemen. He has paid the debt. We've went over this. Good luck in the future, you young men. If you want to vote again or bet again, we'll certainly cover it. But good luck. I gotta go. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, and look it in the comments here real quick. If I didn't miss anything, Sesame Street. What is it? Sesame Street repeatedly made fun of their daddy Trump with a puppet called Grump. I didn't see that, but I know Trump, the right, had issues with Sesame Street. MAGA wants to do the Trump fake elector scheme tactic, says Rango. Yikes. In the comments, Bernie, you have to be trolling Trump is a malignant mouse brain antichrist. Damn. Pass the Save America Act voting person. Bernie 47. I made a short on this. I am in favor of the Save America Act that Trump wants if it comes with proof. I don't believe in passing legislation based on accusations. If Trump can prove these statements and stuff that he is saying, and I'm not talking about this one is too many shit. I mean, you said there's widespread voter fraud. He's been claiming that there is election fraud for about 10 years now. He should be able to present thousands of cases of this stuff happening. If there is really that much evidence of it, I'd be in favor of it. However, it would have to be in 2028 at this point. It would have to be in 2020. It's less than 100 days to the midterms. You don't change the way people vote this close to the midterms. And people are able to vote early in some states. It's just too close at this point to do it. I believe it would be way too chaotic. As I've said many times, if people were trying to all of a sudden get their hands on birth certificates and passports and all of this shit, and we only got 90 some odd days to vote, people are not going to get their hands on those documents. What would end up happening is if you pass the Save America Act this close to the election, you're going to ultimately prevent more legitimate people from voting than you're going to have illegals voting in the election. It's going to affect a lot because there are millions of legitimate voters. I don't think there are millions of immigrants right now. They can barely even come out of the fucking shadows before ICE grabs them. They're not going to be showing up to polling places in droves. They can barely walk down the street without ICE grabbing them up. So, look, if you want to come up with a way of double checking the IDs at the polling places, but the IDs that people are using now should be sufficient. And as I've said many times, that going forward, the government should just give you the ID you need. Just give it to them. It doesn't cost much money at all. I'll tell you, the money Trump used on the tribunal arch, or not tribunal arch, but the reflective pool, because the arch is going to cost a lot more than that. But just the $20 million he used on the reflective pool, that would be enough to give every American an ID that want one. Because you're talking about a piece of plastic with a few images digitally imprinted on it, signature maybe, some numbers if you want to put their social or whatever numbers going. In bulk, that shit costs about a quarter, maybe about 25 cents a piece to make those things. The money Trump used to attempt, because he didn't succeed, the money he used to attempt to dye the reflective pool blue would cover giving every American in this country that wants to vote a free voter ID. Just give it out for free. Give it out for free. And then to me, I'm okay with it at that point. Just give it out for free. People, you could go to the DMV. You got 2 years between now and the 2028 election. Sometime during that period of time, go down to the DMV. They got all your information. And at that point, they will hand you a voter ID card, or they'll just hand you a new driver's license with something on it that says, official voter or something like that. And that's it. That's it. But I don't think that's the goal. The goal isn't to make it streamlined or easy for legitimate voters to vote. The whole goal is to actually make it harder for people to vote. That's all it is. It ain't got nothing to do with illegal. I mean, you could get every illegal immigrant out of this country and they will still be talking about this stuff. It ain't got nothing to do with that. But it's way too close to be trying to pass some legislation that affects tens of millions of people, and mail and all kinds of other methods got to be used to get the documents. It's way too close. That means you gotta, first of all, you gotta have the money if you need a passport or whatever, or you need a birth certificate. You need to have the money already on you. Otherwise, if you're saying, I'll wait till I get paid or something, then that means it's even closer by the time you get paid. Then you gotta go, some people are gonna be mailing shit in. So you're mailing something somewhere. The post office has 1 or 2 weeks that they're given before the mail reaches where it's going. Then the person at the place got to process all of that shit to send you your whatever document you're trying to get your hands on. And then it goes back to you through the mail. And then once again, the post office has another 1 or 2 weeks to get it back to you. It's way too close to do all of that. Way too close. So as I'm saying, if you want to go deeper down this ID required to vote dive, 2028 election, make it so. But it's way too close to try to do it right now. In the comments, every time you get your license renewed in Pennsylvania, they ask if you want to register to vote in Pennsylvania. Is good on that. And another thing I will say is this. Once a person is registered to vote, unless they personally make some kind of change, maybe they switch parties or something of that nature, they should remain registered to vote. This purging of voters is another tactic used to prevent people from voting. Well, you ain't voted in 2 years, so we're going to purge you from the voter rolls. Why? Why the hell? Because this person is, why would you turn off their registration just because they didn't cast a ballot? I think they were doing that in Ohio at the two elections or something like that. If you didn't vote, they're going to take your registration away. Why? Why would you do that? So once a person has registered to vote, unless they state, I want to register with a different party or register it as an independent, or if the government says this person is a felon and they've lost their rights to vote, that's one thing. But if the person doesn't make any change, you continue assuming that they're legal and they get to vote. Why are you fucking with them? So make them prove who they are one time. They shouldn't have to keep doing shit like that. I don't favor that either. I don't favor purging voter rolls. Now you say MAGA actually says people move and now they can vote in 2 states. Look, your voter ID has a state on it. Your voter ID has a state on it. When you go to another state, they can just like you can't have 2 driver's licenses. When you go to a different state, they take the driver's license you got. When you move, they take your voter card from you. You really think somebody I live in Pennsylvania, I'm going to go ahead and move to Illinois, and come election time, I'm going to fly all the way back to Pennsylvania so I can cast 1 vote. It's a felony to do that. I'm going to, just so I can cast 1 vote. You guys are chasing phantoms with that shit. It may be a few people that try to do that, but ain't nobody doing it. I mean, it's a felony to do that. You're going to go out and risk your freedom to cast 1 single fucking vote? Ain't nobody doing that. I don't, look, I'll just say it like this. There's not enough people doing that to even be concerned with that. People are not going to be trying to go in multiple states and vote, knowing that there's a very good possibility that the computers may show that. It just ain't worth the risk of doing nothing like that. What do you get out of that? Because casting 1 vote doesn't really affect an election much at all. But your risk is you get 1 vote that you shouldn't have got. That's your reward, rather. Your risk is you could do years in prison for that. That you got to be crazy. To me, that there's just not enough of that. The good example, the good is an example of public work surprise. The Democrats are against government-funded work projects. I don't know what you mean by that. You're saying the reflective pool. is an example of public works. You are surprised that Democrats are against government-funded work projects. I thought that was their jam. Well, first of all, the no-bid contract to a campaign donor is one. Second is the economy sucks right now. Yeah, we're okay with government-funded public works, as you're pointing out, but not why everything sucks. I mean, what's next? You're going to say they should be okay with the tribunal arch? I mean, there are government employees that got paid to put his picture all over D.C. They should support all that because they like government-funded programs. No. Good, nice try, though. I do appreciate the effort. I'll go ahead and wrap it up if you guys will. Thank you for the 171,000. I see some of you folks are a little bit lazy on it. Which party is more radical? Democrats, 100% example, open borders. Trump is talking about killing immigrants coming in illegally. Which one is more radical? Leaving the border open so anybody can come in, or trying to find out if you can shoot and kill anybody that does it? So I don't know if I agree with you, Tony Rivera, that the Democrats are more radical. There's a ton of radical shit on the right. You guys just favor it. Trump talking about nationalizing the elections and putting conservatives in control. That's very radical. That is very radical. That one side is that he actually stated, "I want to nationalize the election and put Republicans in control." Military in U.S. cities. That is incredibly radical. Using the DOJ to go after his enemies. Very radical indeed. Cat. Thank you very much, Cat. Appreciate that 2.0. That's very radical. Naming all kinds of shit after himself all over D.C. Radical. Trying to literally pay our tax money to January 6 rioters that were caught on video beating up cops. That's not radical. Talking about serving a third term, which is literally a violation of the Constitution. The only way you can do that is to change the fucking Constitution. How more radical can you be than that? Denying election results without proof, and then trying to change the law to measure up to what he stated while proving none of it. I'm just simply saying, I don't feel confident just saying that the Democrats are the only ones putting up radical candidates. Trump is doing some fairly radical shit. You just favor what he's doing, but it's pretty damn radical. Suing your own government for cash? How radical is that? Banning opposition media? Going after TV stations and shit because they said something you didn't like? So, and by the way, he says talking is not right. We're not talking about talking, that's doing. Suing police stations, giving rioters that beat up cops our tax money, that ain't talking, that's doing. Putting his picture all over DC and shit, renaming memorials that are named, something you typically do for dead people, using our tax money to name memorials after himself. It's not talking, that's doing. Most of the stuff I mentioned, using the DOJ to go after his enemies, how much money have we paid for him to defend himself against E. Jean Carroll and for him to try to prove that he won the 2020 election? We are paying for that stuff. You as a taxpayer is paying for him to try to prove he won an election that is 7 years ago. That ain't radical? So, he's not just talking, he is actually doing. And now you talk about the difference between talking and doing. The Democrats are the ones talking. They're not in power. Mamdani is about the only Democrat that's far left that's in power. All of that shit that this woman that's the head of the DSA or whatever, coach, she's just a person talking. Not only is she not doing, that shit ain't never gonna come true. Getting rid of, what did she say, defunding the police, getting rid of the Pentagon and getting rid of ICE, and none of that stuff's gonna come true. That's talking. Trump is doing. Taking planes from other countries and shit. That's doing. He ain't talking. And then taking planes from other countries and then charging us as taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars to refurbish it. That's doing. It's not talking. So I don't know. To me, I think that if you see the Democrats as more radical, I just think it's because you favor what Trump is doing. But yeah, putting Alligator Alcatraz to me is something radical. I mean, deporting people to Africa, I think that's radical. You just favor it. But Trump is doing some pretty radical shit. Do you really believe it's going to be a blue wave this time? In the House, not the Senate. In the House, I think the Democrats are going to win fairly handedly. I'm not sure the Democrats are going to win the Senate at all, but I do believe they will. I mean, listen, blue wave, it depends on what your definition of a blue wave is. I mean, I think I'll just say it like this. I think the Democrats are going to take control of Congress. I don't know about how many seats it's going to be, but I do believe the Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries will be the Speaker of the House. I believe that. So I'll leave it at that. Senate, I don't know. The House is jerry-rigged, the Senate isn't. Well, MAGA, we know the House is very rigged. I don't deny that. I mean, Trump is the one that really kicked it off with the get me 5 more seats in Texas. So, yeah, the House is rigged heavily. I don't disagree with that. Both sides have done it. But I do believe that the Democrats will win Congress. Senate might be close. And the way Trump has taken on enemies of his own side with like Massey and those folks, he gonna fuck around and be in control of the Senate while not being in control of the Senate. I mean, once he started primarying other Republican senators, those folks now are liberated. I think there's 2 or 3 of them in the Senate now that are liberated. They don't have to bow down to him anymore. He's pretty much gotten them fired. So from now till January, they can vote against him. Let's say, for instance, Trump is claiming that the 2026 midterms are stolen or fraudulent, and they're trying to pass some kind of law. Them folks that he don't primary and cause them to lose they're going to be on the Democrat side. Or as MAGA React says, they're going to vote absentee. They're going to vote absenteeism. I don't know, but I got to go. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I appreciate the 175,000. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.